'cause you're under pressure, under pressure. Pressure. You're cooked. Pressure. Like your shitty ass book. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. Pressure. You're under the pressure. Drowning in the pressure. You're now under pressure. Pressure. Pressure's got you by the tongue, and it's over now. You're under pressure. The pressure, pressure. Full force, no lecture. 'Cause we're here for pressure.
Hey, everybody. Am I unmuted? Yes. Sorry, I'm running behind. Story of my life. Anyways, welcome in, everybody. Whew, I was running before I came in here. So I'm trying to breathe and, get back in my body, basically. How are you guys doing? Happy Memorial Day, or, I don't know. I know it's Memorial Day weekend and I know all that stuff, but I didn't realize, whew, I don't even want to talk about it. I didn't know it was going to affect me like it did today earlier and out of nowhere. Do y'all ever experience when there's something amiss with with you, but you don't quite, and you can't pinpoint it. And then, and then it happens and you're like, oh, that's what it was. And so earlier today, I kept having this one part of a song. I mean, it was like, anyway, the wind blows. Okay, I can't sing. But that's Queen. Anyways, it just that one little part, and then it goes gong, the gong or whatever. And then I told Jason, I was like, oh, damn song keeps going through my head. And I was like, I sang it. And I was like, oh, Queen, oh shit. And then JJ popped in my head. And tomorrow would have been his 14th birthday. And anyways, it was just overwhelming, and I hadn't felt that feeling in a long time. And these days it's good to feel something, anything, it's like the world that I discovered I live in is pretty it's pretty damn dark, and it's pretty I try not to put too much stock into people. I try not to have high expectations so that, that's less they can let me down, or things can let me down. I try to just be like, just don't expect anything from anybody and just do your thing. And anyways, but still. And then every now and then you see like little cracks in humanity, and it reminds you that, the whole world is not gone to hell in a handbasket, at least not yet. And that there are many people out there feeling the same way that I do, trying to figure it out. And we're just like, whoa, so what's going on? What are we doing? Why is nobody getting pissed off? Why are we not revolting? Like what is not going on? And, I definitely don't want to be one to incite anything or be the leader of that cause or anything, but what do you do? And I remember Bailey Sarian, y'all, probably a couple months ago now. Bailey Sarian she's a big YouTube creator, and I found her along my way whenever the kids were, I think they had been found at the point she did it. But she always did her Monday makeup murder. Anyways, I don't know her little gig, but she usually does her makeup and she tells a story about murder. And she was telling the story about Lori and Chad and the kids and Charles and Tammy and Brandon, just all the people, right? But even she had to stop doing her makeup and she pulled out a chart, and she was just like, "Oh my God." And I mean, it's complex. It's still that complex. And there's a lot of moving parts and just people. And it's the movement is much bigger than just Lori and Chad. So I know a lot of people are like, "Well, what are you still doing?" And I'm like, this is the rest of my life. I don't understand if y'all, those kind of people get that or not. If not, just go on, like you don't have to be here. I do. I do. I don't get to shut it off. We don't get to just go, "Oh, okay, yeah, it's over," and just peace out. It's not how this works. This is real life. That's what separates us, from the genre. Just, you know what I mean? Like this whole genre thing that's going on, this industrialization of or commodity of grief, of what some people call true crime is true, right? Well, it's real. It's reality. People are murdered. They are now gone. They no longer get to live this life. They're not actors. They don't, just they don't that's not how this works. It's real, impacts real people, real lives every day. It's crippling trauma. It's hard. And I actually was going through my inbox yesterday, which is interesting. Oh my gosh, the emails I have is unreal. But and so I was looking and I saw one that was from Idaho and it said something about the victim, whatever. And I was like, what? Idaho? Not for me, you know. Um, but it did. It was like, oh, just letting you know about Lori's appeal. But it was way back from January. And I was like, good Lord. I'd have never known. But it was just anyways, I just thought that was interesting. Hey, Angela. Hey, Marcy. I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm just trying to get it all out, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to think about. I can't imagine him being 14, but I would love to have seen him be 14. I was there when he was born at the hospital, and I really honestly, I didn't think he was gonna make it when he was born. I was like, "Oh my god, the kid's got the whole world going against him," and pace the halls. And, his mom, Mandy, she's passed away, I wanna say in 21, or I'm pretty sure it was 21. It's a blur, right? Mandy, I mean, she was in ICU, he was in the NICU, and I mean, it was oh, poor baby. And he was like, I don't remember the exact weight, but a pound and a half, or 2 pounds and a half. I don't remember now, I doubt myself. And, I mean, I wanted to be excited because that's my first time I get to be an aunt, right? But, adoption changes things too. But anyways, yeah, he was and so they named him Canaan. They named JJ Canaan, Todd Trahan, and Mandy told me, she was like, "Canaan means, God's little warrior," I believe. That was Canaan. That was my little nephew. And, I mean, he fought and fought and fought. He had little wires and tubes and everything coming out of his little body, and, the next day well, Mandy had drugs in her system, and so she lost rights to Canaan. And the next day, or, within a couple days of, his birth, um, my brother was picked up on some, old charges, and so he also ended up losing his rights. And Canaan went home with my parents. And, I mean, it was just confusing, difficult, but worth it. And I remember mom telling me about she said that Uncle Charles and Lori wanted to adopt him, and I was just like, "Why?" I mean, I was just I didn't that was just my knee-jerk reaction was like, "Why? We can do it. We can all just pitch in. We got this, we can handle this." But then, sometimes you gotta be, like, selfless and not selfish. That's what mom taught me. And I mean, I had my own 2 little kids being, going through I had just gone through my second divorce. Well, not just, but, second divorce. And I mean, I wasn't being realistic about the situation at that time. I mean, I'm gonna admit that. But, uh, things would be so much different, though, had he not been adopted. But, there's so many times that I mean, Mandy, my brother, all of us were just like, "Oh, he's thriving with Lori and Charles adopting him," and, they had more energy and just, my parents were focused and they were tied up with their company. It was a 24/7, 365. It was the oil transportation, running up the southern, Gulf Coast or whatever. And I mean, really, I lost my parents a long time ago to cell phones and vans. And I was like, where do I go? But that was after my little baby, my firstborn was born. That was hard too. But, you do what you gotta do. I'm just how old was my brother compared to me? He was born when I was 8. So he was born in 86. I was born in 78. And that's his only child. It's tough, I don't even know. I'm not trying to remove his, I am just sharing mine with you guys and always have. I don't really know the right things to say. Um, I just kind of give it to you how it is. It's real and it's real life. They're really not here. I have my nephew's ashes, some of them, and a pendant. I always just try to be the aunt that he deserved, you know? I kinda was not I was kinda I was removed from that role, when the dynamics changed, and, that's when you go to the legality of it, and you look at he was technically or legally now my cousin, which is weird. I've never even really tried to entertain that, uh, dynamic because to me, I'm just like, "That's my brother's baby. That's my uncle." I love my brother, I love my family, I do. Um, I thought he was in good hands too. I mean, I just never you're never gonna foresee the fucking disaster. Mm, you know? Um, oof, fuck. Shit's tough. Sorry, I always try to break out of the awkwardness shit. I'm sorry. Um, I didn't even know, You never know. You never know. Some days I can just be like, "Oh, what? What is going on today?" And then some days you have a song that's stuck in your head, just a little piece of it, and then you're like, "Oh, JJ," And anyways, so it's hard to say happy heavenly birthday. Um, I don't know. I hope, but I just wanna honor, him and Charles and Tylee, Tammy, Joe, um, every day. Every time I get on here, and I mean, it's been real shitty with all the Websleuths and HTC bullshit. It's personal though, and it's so personal. I don't understand. They have a choice. they have a choice. And this is how they've chosen to honor the victims. You know, you don't have to respect me. You don't have to like me. Don't do that to their legacy, to their memory. Okay? You know, like don't shit on them. They were shit on, they were, oh, sorry. They were deleted. They were erased. They were unalive. They were murdered. They were violated in every sense of the word, okay? And so I've had many years to sit here and think about how these cases work. Is if it makes it to what makes it go to high profile status, what makes it, not what is it just these factors, in society, or is it does it have anything to do with cult? Nobody ever considers the cult dynamics, and it blows my mind. Do with what you will, say what you're gonna say about me, call me conspiratorial, or call me, somebody who is not gonna ignore this whole wall of things that, that can help me understand an entire situation much better. I mean, really? No, that's conspiratorial. Don't fucking touch it, you conspiracy theorists. Oh, God forbid, right? Fuck off, Like, how can you just wall off these things just because they're not proven? I'm not saying prove them in a court of law, okay? I'm just saying consider them. Consider them. Not saying like, "Oh my God." It's not a fucking pattern, Stacy. Okay? It's not a fucking pattern. It's your attitude. It's your it's the way you guys are doing it. And you're fucking their memory. You're screwing with my family. Then they're not here. And so I am. And so hi, you know? Sorry, not gonna go along with your fucking narrative. That fucks them over, you know? Do what you will with me, you know? But don't don't call Talia a bitch. How about Lauren? Maybe don't call her a bitch. Call me a bitch. Okay? Call yourself a bitch. Call Tricia a bitch. Okay, let me come back down. Let me come back down. It doesn't make sense. I think it's ignorant to be like, "Oh, no. No. When it's just gonna be proven later." It's just like, okay. That's, to me, living in a delusion. I wanna be as far from a delusional world as possible. I don't think we can all get out of it because holy shit, have you seen the state of the people? Of oh my god, it's crazy. And it's also some of it is orchestrated, some of it is, it's orchestrated. I think Lori and Chad, their murders were orchestrated, and they play on all these moves, these high emotional stakes, and, everybody's emotions are in. You're not thinking about I wasn't thinking about all that stuff. I've learned this along the way. I'm like, "Oh, propaganda? What is that?" What are all these terms? What's controlled opposition? I've never heard of this before. They lied to us, and they continue to lie to us. And so there's that. They already grade me socially here on this platform. I figured that out a couple years ago, and I was like, "Oh, Jason, I think I'm going crazy." Like now I can see how if I don't say rape, if I don't say murder, and I say grape and unalive, and just things that remove the fucking weight from the gravity of the situation. Murder. Have you ever just thought about that word as you say it alone? I mean, even by yourself, whatever. Murder. It is like heavy. It makes you feel heavy. I think it's meant to feel heavy, like there's heaviness to it. That is permanent. That is wrong. It's a violation. It is It's against the law. It's against humanity. You know, it's like against just basic human rights, which is just to breathe and just to be a human without people getting in your fucking lane and trying to control you. And that's what the fuck we live in. Okay. We live in a control freak. Okay. It's like, I remember I used to explain to you guys how I saw the church, you know, with the hierarchy and stuff, and how I kind of likened it to what it would maybe be like to have a narcissistic parent. You know, how they tend to, you know, have the golden child, the scapegoat. They have the flying monkeys correcting you, you know. They're like, "Oh my god." And you're just like, I've been accused of trying to take the church down. I don't know how many times, and I'm just like, I finally got to a point where I was like, what the fuck would I do at a church? You know, like, first off, no. Think about what you're saying. That's like saying I'm jealous. No. Think about what you're saying. You know, I don't measure my life, my self-worth. I don't measure it by clicks, views, subscribers. I don't give a shit. I am who I am. I say what I say. You know, sometimes I fuck up. Sometimes I don't say the right things a lot of times, okay? So, I just try to be humble. I try to be, you know, just learn from that and try to do better. Okay. I don't ever want to offend anybody, but I do. And it's a very tough space to even navigate, period. I don't want to hurt people's feelings about their God. Who would? And I think Lori and Chad put me in a fucked up situation and put other people from other sides of the families, okay, and friends, you know, at different sides of this, and everybody's chosen to do what they will with it. This is my choice. I didn't know I was coming this way or, you know, heading this way, but here I am. Hi, you know, here I am. And, you know, do I wish I was more polished? I do, but it just is what it is. And here I am. So, hi, right? But I mean, there's so many things that I have learned, and I'm not done. I am no expert. I'm no fucking life coach. Just saying, don't come here for answers. I mean, sometimes we find them. I think we do. I find a lot of answers to my own questions, period, by doing my own research. Just do your own research. Read the words, like Jolene says. Read the words. Just read the words, you know, process the words. Let's talk about the words, and then let's figure out what the fuck we're looking at. And then let's collectively try to, you know, move forward, move the conversation forward. I don't want to stay stagnant back here. And I'm tired of people holding me back or thinking they're holding me back. Really, they're showing me all kinds of things, you know, by their fuckery and their, you know, wickedness or whatever, their selfishness, their narcissism, right? With their bullshit, they are showing themselves. And what's something, didn't Lauren write this in her book where she said, when someone, or it's, which is, she quoted it from somebody else, right? Nothing's original around here. But when someone shows you who they are, believe it. Or when they tell you who they are, believe it. Believe it. And you don't have to stay here. You, hey, you know, it's a free world, allegedly. And at least while we're right here, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we're crossing paths. I'm blessed in that sense. I'm lucky in that sense. I'm humble and appreciative, honored, you know, but people do. We grow out of doing this and we start to do something else and we kind of veer off. Life happens. All kinds of things happen. And you know, hmm. Anyways, this wasn't supposed to be about me. So let me reel that in. And I did see Every Day with Jay. And so I did email you the link. I don't know. I didn't get to read. I have not read anything. I've seen a couple. I've not, you know, nailed that down yet, how to read and comprehend at the same time. I'm just not good at it. But I also want, if I don't go on tomorrow, this is Lamisa. And so happy birthday to you tomorrow. Lamisa is one of my beautiful moderators, and I really appreciate your friendship and you just being here and just being part of the community, being a leader, being just positive, and real. Positive and real at the same. This is the perfect person right here to just be equal and balanced. She's very level-headed too. And I appreciate you. Happy birthday. And she's from Canada, So I appreciate her. I will not sing. Not today. Mm, yeah, the church is a big part of this, but it's not just that they're all together, guys. I don't know. I know. Spoiler alert. I was like, "What?" As I'm figuring this out along the way. I remember this was like probably 2021-ish, and I started coming to the realization of, "Oh shit. This goes all the way up." Like, and I haven't at that point I hadn't filled in the context. It's just kind of how my mind works. I kind of go to the top, and then I kind of work my way backward. I'm always going backwards for some reason. And that's what I've been doing, since I figured out I went to the top. And then I remember having the whole thought, or the discussion in my own mind where I'm like, okay, so if you were to go, who would you go report to? And I'm like, "Cut the police." And then I'm like, probably not. And then I'm like, what about Hermosillo? And I'm just like going through this in my early in this research, mind. And then I'm like, yeah, no, probably not. Because you think about location and just you don't know who you can trust. At that point, Lauren had triangulated my mom and I, even more. And really, I didn't know what was going on. I knew I knew something was going on. I didn't like her. Couldn't pinpoint exactly what was going on. She don't ever acknowledge people. And so you're just like, okay. Anyways, yeah, there's quite a few times where, like, when I was in Boise, for Lori's trial, and I was not quite ready yet, so I threw on Lauren's interview with, Shauna Littlebear, and so I was finishing getting ready, real quick, and I jumped on, and she was in the chat. Now I look back and I'm like, she was jealous, or she was, like, pissed because I was using her content, right? I wonder. I wonder. I'm just like, "Oh, Lord." 'Cause I'd be like, "Oh, hey, Lauren." Like, "What are you doing here? You're never here." Mm, but anyways. So, do I need to, Andy too, I had emailed. I hope I did. I did it fast. But if y'all wanna come on, I'm ready. If you guys want to, if y'all even still can. I love so yesterday, speaking of mass reporting and shit, um, and, hey, feel free to kick anybody, block them, let one of the mods know if somebody's, just grating your nerves. We don't have time for that, and we're not here doing anything harassing, bullying. It's literally just talking about the actual things. There's no conspiracy in my view. There's no conspiracy, hun. You've never bitched about my conspiracies or what you're calling conspiracies now. You've been in part of my channel too for years. I went back and looked at the analytics and the conversation, and I'm just like, yeah. So I'm not gonna allow I'm standing up from this is called standing up for yourself and your family, my family. And this is what people do whenever they've, like in my situation, learn that they've been being used, their family's been being used. That's called exploitation. Okay. And when people I'm actively saying, do not raise money in the name of my family members. Do not exploit them. That's what that means. Tell me again. Okay? That's what that means. We do not want you to raise money, funds, gain any kind of attention going your way, okay, using our family's names. And there's legal repercussions, if they continue to go on and. So I was trying to do it without having to involve my parents, but I know, they're not exactly responsive and or I would say compassionate people. They played like they were and had me fooled too, guys. Just saying. It is what it is. Get over yourself. Everybody gets fooled, okay? There's gonna be more there's more Tricias, there's more Laurens, there's more Chad and Lori's. Unfortunately, there's more. And we're gonna have to navigate these things and these people in these difficult situations every damn day. Okay. There's no hero in any story. There's just use your fucking common sense. Listen to your intuition. You were born with that, but they've tried to silence that too. They've tried to get it to where when people start doing the thinking for you, then you end up, in my opinion, like Websleuths. You end up, everybody's got their opinions, but it's like it appears like they're being told, how to think, what to think. I'll do the thinking for you. Stop thinking, okay? They're the know all be all. And then what? It cripples you. Whenever all this stuff was happening in the beginning, the kids were found. I mean, it was very traumatic, okay? And I had other things going on too that happened, and holy shit, I remember thinking like, "Oh my god, wow, my brain has just been protecting me or protecting itself," and how I just was fascinated with how the brain does that. I mean, there'll be, like, things playing and I have no recollection of whatever that was, If it was talking about autopsies or whatever, it blocks, and you're just like, "Whoa," it protects itself, but it also gets overwhelming, and, I remember a point where, you know, like, things that were being said would actually make me feel like, don't know what shell shock means or feels like, but what I would consider something, like when you're just like, I don't know. It's crazy. And we have to do better. I have to do better. I have to continue to try and turn my other cheek and my other cheek and my other cheek and my other cheek. I told my mom, like, that's why my cheeks are big, I'm always getting beat up in the damn cheeks. Just kidding. But you have to take the high road. It sucks. Sometimes I'm like, "Oh, shit," pull up the earrings and go to Pound Town or whatever, but that proves nothing. It's ignorant, and I'm not gonna stoop. And I love our community because we don't stoop, okay? In fact, I think we take plenty of their abuse, but we know it's a long game, and they've been playing it for a long time. I don't expect them to just be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'm an asshole," I mean, they have to, like it's kinda like when I look at it like how when Charles was trying to confront Lori with an intervention of, "Hey, girl, secret, these ceremony you have these gifts, which is just remote viewing, basically, astral traveling, taught by Tom Harrison, allegedly. And that's what she viewed as her gifts. Melanie Boudreaux did too. She also looked at teleportation as her gift. She said, and so Lori said that Charles was blocking her gift, and that was one of the motives to murder him. Not red rum him, not unalive him. He's fucking dead, and he's murdered. Okay. I mean, I hate that. They don't change them legally in the legal world, I mean, when you get affidavits, when you get probable causes, when you get indictments, it's like, it don't say unalive, change it there, It reminds me of when Stephen Stearns, I think he wanted to not have the word molestate, whatever. I don't even know. But I was like, what? Are you kidding me? Oh, you don't want to hurt your feelings? God forbid. Don't do it. That's the whole beauty of it. Don't fucking do it. Don't be a fucking murderer. Don't be a child molester. It's that fucking easy. Wow, choices. Ooh. Anyways, all right. I'm getting hot again. Let me settle my ass down. And these are just words. The actions that are happening against these victims. Oh my, they're physical, they're sexual, they're mental, they're spiritual, they're financial. They're all the things. And we can't get around fucking words. Oh my God. Just like whenever, I talk about ritual abuse, okay? It exists. Okay, so now can we move past that? Because it's fucking going on. And it's been going on. And it's time to stop. Oh, I don't see it, Oh, I can't look over there because that's conspiratorial. Okay, we'll be over here. Okay, ripping through it. And you can stay over there in your little bubble. Okay. All right. But I mean, once you see it, this is how I look at it. Once I saw it, I could not, I couldn't live with myself and look away. Like, no. I mean, there's been times, and I'm like, oh my God, why do I have to know this stuff? Why do I have to choose this path? Like, this is the hardest path ever. And I mean, it is what it is. And I don't know. I'm a glutton for punishment too. And it's also fascinating to me as I'm just like, oh my God. It's like I was researching my aunt's case and all, the murders and the cult, which where's the cult? I'll tell you where the cult is. Okay. We've been talking about them. Okay. They've been gatekeeping. They've been reporting, in my opinion. They own forums and shit, or allegedly. Okay. That's what they do. There's an inside group and they protect one another. That's what this is. It's crazy shit. I know. But you think on this side of it, especially if you're touting yourself as advocates, as, victim oriented, victim sensitive. I mean, some people's husbands are allegedly, what is he? A psychologist for all the bells and whistles. And you're just like, okay. He's got opinions and assholes. We all have opinions and assholes. That doesn't mean, take weight, but I can't now. I can't take John seriously. I refuse. I'm just like, oh my God, I can't. They revealed themselves. Their masks fell off completely. And it's horrifying. It's not relieving. I'm not like, haha. It's fucking scary. These people were so close in proximity to me, family members. And then now they have flying monkeys who are even going and attacking Colby. I don't understand. I don't understand. And we don't have to, we're not going to like what everybody does. You're not going to like, I don't like all the things I do. Okay. I get on my own damn nerves sometimes. You ever have those days? It just is what it is. Just let's try to hold other people accountable, but let's not bring our torches. They're the ones that always cry, oh my God, it's a witch hunt. Stop being a fucking witch. What was creepy? Oh, hey, allegedly innocent. Hey, Calissa. Yes, it's like Lauren thinking it was a great idea to have 144 roses and plan Vegas pool party with Dr. John. He was wearing an owl necklace? That's new. That's new news. So I'm like, what are they going to do? Is that why they're going to have, the CrimeCon gym party? They going to do it there? if somebody's on the insider and willing to report back to me, Jolene, anybody, please, will you? If there's any kind of symbolic homage, um, because that's the spiritual part of this belief system, guys. It's fucking gross. And I mean, I've participated in this shit. Unknowing, like I make fun of them because I can't stand them. I can't stand what Chad and Lori did. I take their invertedness. I take their words. I love taking what they actually say, which is what I do with Tricia and pretty much Lauren and John. I do this. Is what I do. And I'm just like, it's like holding a mirror back up at them, and they're like, "You're bullying me. You're harassing me. I'm mass reporting your channel because you are harming me." And you're just like, "I'm just showing you, boo. This is you. These are the things that you're saying, that you've weaponized, that you have been dishing out to my family." Okay? Sticks and stones, right? It's just like, or I'm rubber, you're glue. I don't know. I don't know. This world is fucking crazy. I'll tell you that. All right. I need to stop cussing. um, Ethical concerns. He does not reflect accurately on the field. Yeah, it's weird. But people, because of his credentials in this space, John, when he would do like he did with, what is her name? The Mackenzie. Oh, she is crazy. Oh my God. And then I found out too that there's some kind of spell books, and I'm like, "Oh my God. Oh my God." It reminds me of, what's his face? Robert Miliete or whatever. Richard Miliete, with all the spellcasters. And I mean, I'm looking at Zalima and Melanie Gibb and the OG Seven Gatherers. Shout out to the ones that got the cool ones. Y'all know who you are. And the trial tourist. Okay. Yeah, not y'all. But I mean, the ones that were casting out, and basically cat I guess casting is like saying things ritually. I don't know. I wasn't there. And I mean, I can only imagine. It's the intent. Melanie Gibb knew that when a person became a zombie, that means they were marked for death. And she's just like, she's sadistic, in my opinion. She's just like some people we've been, unraveling. Okay. There's so many. That's this ritualistic aspect that I don't think people talk about, and it drives me insane. Lauren and John never, ever acknowledge ritual abuse, and I think it's because, and it looks like to me, could be covering for it. I know. Systems, right? That's how this works. That's how they get away with it. That's how they get access to your children. That's how they got access to Tylee and JJ, and nobody fucking said anything. That's why Lauren calls her a bitch. I don't know. After she was murdered, by the way. I will never forgive Lauren for that. She shouldn't. I mean, she's not even taking accountability. Okay? It would be different if I saw a responsible, accountable person taking, account and responsibility for their own actions, what they put out. Yeah, okay, I was pissed off. Okay, I was on my period. Whatever it was that day. Okay? But, you don't get to just look at me and y'all do this low key, like, secret. It's a secret meeting. A secret meeting? Okay, second anointing. Alright. What are y'all's new names? Okay. Y'all married? Y'all married in past lives now too? Lori and Chad used to have Zoom meetings, so this is getting really fucking weird. Okay? Mm-mm. You do it, I call it. Okay? Stop it. Bunch of hive mind people. Hive mind. Hey, everybody. Welcome in. Okay, I need to know, if okay, Jay and Andy, are you guys in here? If so, did y'all get a link? Are y'all coming up? Are y'all not coming up? What are we doing? And that way, maybe I need to look at my phone. Let me do that. Hold, please. Oh, Andy says, I was like, what? Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't send it. I was going fast. And it's saying my mailbox is full. So I'm gonna have to mail y'all from my other one. Okay, this one sucks. I'm not buying storage again. Again. Storage for things that are invisible. I will never understand it. Riddle me that, y'all. They're like gigabytes, terabytes, and I'm like, I'm looking, like where are they at? And why am I always having to like compress things and stuff, make it uglier? It really sucks. Anyways, I don't understand those kind of things. Here. Or I can send it text. Both y'all. Usually I will send them text, but they were like, hey, send it to my email. And I'm like, shit. Oops. Let's see. Sorry, y'all. I'm not very fast at this. Y'all hear my frogs? Do you hear my frogs? We've had some really hella bad weather lately. Oh, reply. Okay, duh. I'm not in that account. Hold on. I've got space. Asshole. Reply. Hopefully it still saved it. No, gotta go get it again. Of course. That's how this goes. It's one of those days. Not a bad day. Just one of those days. I sent it, but I didn't send a subject or anything. No subject matter jurisdiction. Sorry about that. And let me send to Jay. Because we gotta talk about CrimeCon. I've never been. Really don't plan on ever going. I'm a homebody. I do. I like doing it from the comfort of my home. And I like to check things out. I like to process things. Okay, hold on. I'm coming. I can't type. Oh my gosh, hold on. Oh. I think I'm doing I don't remember. It's not popping up automatically. Hold on. I'll bring you in just a second, Andy. I'm trying to remember J. Wait. Oh, everybody being nice? I hope so. I've always had the best, every now and then we have some cowboys run through here. We're like, okay, calm down, get off your high horse. I've been mistyping today, so it's not coming up. I'm gonna just send it to you, text. Jay, I'm sorry. I suck today. Maybe it's in my contacts. Maybe. Mm. Mm-mm. Well, damn. I did text it to her. And I asked Christina too, and she's not gonna be able to make it tonight, but she will in the near future. And yeah, let me pull Andy in because she's been doing some really I love her work. I'm just like, oh my gosh, she's good at this. Hey.
Hi.
Oh, hey. How
Can
are
you hear
you?
me?
I can hear
I'm
you.
good. I was like just letting you cook, girl.
Sorry. It was
No,
just
no, it was good. It was good.
and I hate to, like, lay that on people, And I mean, I'm
Look, it's
not.
part of
It's
the,
just y'all are kinda just letting me bitch. I just appreciate you guys for that. Okay? Thank you.
yeah, you need to, I
Y'all be
mean,
good.
your family's earned it.
Right. Ooh, they've definitely paid for it. Okay? That's
Yeah,
how I look at it,
yeah,
you know?
yeah.
A lot of families
Um,
have paid this
yeah.
their blood was spilled, and that's why I'm like, "You know what? That buys me a whole lifetime of bitching, so get ready." Bitching,
Well,
criticism, whatever you wanna call it.
well, you
Going up
know
against you.
how I feel about all of this, and I just came into it with like just sort of this very obvious bone to pick with these quote unquote journalists. And it's
Yeah.
like, nah, y'all aren't journalists. Y'all are
They're
sketchy
them
growth.
cowboys, right?
Well, I just have never encountered people that call themselves like journalists that treat victims and victims' families like
They're just
shit.
people. People.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Wild.
Entitlement, all that stuff. It's just
Yeah.
nuts.
It is. It's really warped my I've had to process all this stuff. And again, I'm just like, F with me, but leave my family alone, okay? I
Yeah.
feel a little protective.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned, when you and I spoke earlier today, you mentioned that Tricia Fardy McGrifterson has said that she's not going to use your family's names. I think that's got to be
She says a lot
monitored.
of things that aren't
She's
really true.
poor Tricia.
Depends on how she wakes up and feels that day. Depends on if she wrote it down the night before, right? And if
Lord,
she remembers it. I'm
Lord
like,
have
I feel you,
mercy.
girl, on that part. I don't remember. I'm like, I feel like the Men in Black come and they're like, zap,
Hmm.
and I'm like, what the hell was I doing? I'll be all geared up for a live stream and then I'll sleep right before it or something. I'm like, I don't remember what I was doing. I don't, where's that drive, Anyways.
But I hope she's yeah I hope she knows that she's not in a creepy way, not being watched in a creepy way, but victims have rights and she's got to stop, in my opinion, doing this
She
kind of
wouldn't
shit.
want this. She
Mm,
does not want this done to her. And so it's just goes back to the basic, do unto others as you have done to you. She was raised Catholic. Mm. I mean,
yeah.
and you don't have to be religious. Just be a not so shitty person.
How about just not being an asshole? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
We're not
let's
asking.
just start
Yeah.
there.
Small steps, small steps.
Just baby
The
steps.
It's like being an alcoholic or,
Hmm.
somebody addicted to something or, where you just have to first acknowledge it and then you're like, "Oh, oh," and then you have to do some introspection. It
Hmm.
it's really
Hmm.
interesting too. I turned into an asshole. I mean, I still can be, but I really was I was like, "F you, Imma hurt you before you hurt me." That
Hmm.
was where I'd gotten to, and then I
Yeah.
was just like, "Whoa, what the hell?" I didn't like who I saw in the
Yeah.
reflection, and I was like,
Yeah.
still don't, but, you know,
Well, I mean, shit, man.
yeah,
I don't,
we're
it's
not perfect. We're not perfect.
kind
We don't expect anybody else to be. I don't.
No,
It's
and I think it's like at this point, at least from my perspective, and again, I don't have the family connection, but I just see it from the outside and I see what
Mhm,
they're doing, and I'm like, this is just fundamentally wrong. And you touched on it earlier, and you and I spoke about it earlier. It's the
mhm.
commodification of other people's grief, and
Trauma,
yep,
tragedy,
yeah, and
but it's, like, really stepped up
yes,
with and I say really stepped up. I mean, it's been gearing up for this. It seems now that I know what I'm looking at and I'm like, "Okay." And how to kinda identify things and then to see it in my own family, how they went they were guests with Nadine had invited them on to the Las Vegas CrimeCon in 2021, I think, with Lauren and John. John was in his sandals, y'all. I have a
oh,
picture of him.
did you wait, did you say sandals?
Uh-huh. Mm,
Oh, tell me he had socks on, come on.
didn't look like it.
Oh,
And it was
oh,
him, Lori Hillis, my mom, and Larry,
oh my God.
Lauren, Gigi, and I'm just like, "Well, shit has
Oh,
changed, huh?"
uh-huh.
Or, did it change or again, did it get revealed? And I think it got revealed because I don't think shit has changed. I think the same
Yeah.
stuff is going on.
Do
It's
you
really great.
well, do you think, and we spoke about this too, my friend Maggie, who goes every
Mm,
year and knows how much like straight bullshit it is, but knows she has to do it for her daughter, right? And so it's like
yeah.
she's hell bent for leather. But I've noticed, and maybe you all and your family have noticed it just an uptick in the amount of victims that are victims and victims' family, and that's the part that pisses me off, is that sort of hope that it
Mhm.
gives to some people. But I don't know. I don't.
Not all people, not justice for all, like their Otham's quote, or their mission, justice
Mm-mm.
for all. It's a justice. What does he say? That justice is now a choice.
No, you know what? I'm going to
What
say
privileged
something.
person says shit like that?
Justice is now a choice. Sure, for people,
Yeah.
be a nonprofit organization. Don't get me started, because it's like, you're making millions and
Without
millions of
funneling
dollars.
money somewhere. And just
I don't know. Yeah,
Jim Ballard had nonprofits, and I'm just like, yeah, no. He also had a whiteboard with it funneling into different ones, and it all went down to his one.
yeah, yeah,
TimBallard.com is where it
yeah,
went.
yeah.
Allegedly. Of course, allegedly.
It just seems like so much bigger business and so much more money is coming
It
into like this CrimeCon situation.
and
And
it's getting bigger britches because of where they're going with the technology with DNA. Did I ever want to learn about DNA? Nope. Here
no,
I am though. I'm like, oh,
mm-mm,
why do I have
mhm.
to learn this shit? I've had to learn about religion, I had to learn about legal systems and just psychology, brief. I'm just like beginner on all these things. Okay. And I mean, I just kind of touch base and I'm like, oh shit, what are we doing today? It's like,
The way I look at it is that
is Maggie, or what her name is?
Maggie, yeah,
Okay.
Maggie, her
Is she like
daughter's.
that too? I mean, where she kind of knows a little bit about things,
Oh,
different
she
things.
she knows way too much. She's even gotten into the legislative aspect of it, like trying to get
That's really
victims'
cool.
crimes bill. Yeah.
Guess who was in the legislation aspect of it in our little area? Our circle was Lauren's best friend, Sarah Nelson, who also signed one of the,
Uh,
well, not a deposition, but whatever,
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
testifying.
Um,
She worked for Mitt Romney and all the things.
yeah,
And, she
Lord.
was mainly the one that showed up in Christina had shared just recently with Jolene, and so I grabbed a green oh my god, a screen grab of, it was just like her TikTok, screenshots of people, Lauren, um, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what's her name?
You
Poor Tricia. Poor Tricia. Poor Tricia, no, Tricia, Stacy, and just all those people looking, and Sarah, a lot of them were Sarah, looking at Christina's profile on TikTok. I
Oh
mean, many
yeah,
months
yeah.
before, and I was like, "Oh my god," you
I
know?
it, it's so weird to
Mm.
me. That part of it is that
Ooh,
the
ooh,
like you mentioned earlier, the triangulation, and it's like,
yeah.
oh shit, these people have nothing better to do,
So
with their
when you see
lives.
Rick Allen and you see how the assessment of Rick Allen went,
But
then
mm-mm,
you're like, "Okay, well, they're good with this. This is what they do."
mm, mm.
People
There's
that they don't, or maybe they're told to think that way. I don't really know. It ain't right.
mm-mm.
It's not cool to say false narratives about Christina, or say I'm a bully or I'm a fucking troll or I'm jealous. Fuck off. Like, or Richard Allen or
Right,
Lori and Chad. Why are you gonna act like the same? You can't be the same and then turn your nose up at it like it's wrong.
right,
That
right.
ew.
I think it's
Weird.
just the ownership and the lying. I
Mm,
mean, it's
yeah.
there's you and I've talked about it before. There's ways to deal with people that not deal
Mhm.
with, but ways to treat people who've been through
Yeah.
trauma and shit. And it's like I take my cues from people who have lost. I have not been through this. I'm not an expert. I don't
I
pretend to
hope you
be.
never do. Right.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
You're not trying to corner the market. It's don't
Hell
look at it as
no.
a market,
And
I don't
you
get it.
made that point earlier, and
Mhm,
it's again that commodification of it, and
mhm.
it's always been there, but for some reason it seems
Yeah.
like it's just more and more
Gearing up.
clear. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, the other day I was, in Jay's chat. I wanna say it was on her J is for Justice channel, and
Mm-hmm.
she showed it was supposed to be a palate cleanser, but I was like, my stomach's doing cartwheels. My legs were not closed. They could not close. I was cartwheeling everywhere. I was like, "What am I seeing right now?" But I'm joking. But it was like, I don't even know. I get triggered just even talking about it, but I want to learn more about it. That's kind of why I really just want to do this whole CrimeCon watch-a-thon, whatever you want to call it, Cooter correspondent,
Yeah,
where
right.
people who go to CrimeCon, who are boots on the ground, who we've seen and become a close-knit community because we've gone through some of these traumas together. Okay. I know some of it's trauma bond, some of it's a lot of hell of a respect also. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry as well. Like I was unaware of all these things also. I was in the 9-hour live supporting and I didn't even like Lauren, you know? Like
Yeah.
I'm just like, wow. Anyways, and I'm just glad we're over here on this end of it. There's really no sides. It's just like, what is this? They make it where it's choosing sides. Mm-mm.
Exactly. I mean, people can like
People
whoever they want to like.
are
They can do
adults,
their own.
right?
It's like I don't give a shit. It's just.
Mhm.
But I'm not going to lie about what I see and
No, no.
what it says on the paper. I mean,
It
truly.
says, yeah.
Um,
These are
but
your words. They hurt
yeah,
you. That's you. you
yeah.
know?
I
Oh
mean,
my god.
I don't know if you saw the time that Lauren reached out to me when everything started
Mhm.
hitting the fan with her, and she sent a DM and said, "Can you please try to help
Mhm.
me protect my little boy?" I'm like, first of all, do not enter my. First of all, don't give me a chore, bitch. Second of all,
Right?
it's
Yeah.
like not
Who
my
are you?
job.
Kinda like with Tricia and Daphne's court filing. Like, who are you? Who are you right now?
I'm like, if you don't even go here, but it was just, but that said to me,
Mhm.
I would never. I mean,
Yeah.
I would never get to the point. Look, I
Audacity.
I've been a mess in my life. It's been a very long time, and I've done a lot of work. But
Pat yourself on the
um,
back, okay?
that
Mm.
that woman needs like an actual therapist, not just your weird ass husband. Pardon me, but
No.
that's
And
my opinion.
isn't that
Yeah,
like his a mandatory reporter? Like, isn't that his job and his
I
not
don't.
job? You know? Isn't that like something he swore to? Or I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's
I
all
think
up for grabs, right? I don't even know what the situation is there. But I don't like to see people continue to fail up, right? And that's what they
no.
do. They straight
Mhm.
just effed over so many people. And now they get to, just keep on keeping on. And
Right.
I don't
Mhm.
like that world where people get to do that kind of shit. Same with Tricia. I
Yeah.
hate it.
It's enabling the Lori and the Chads. It's enabling
Mhm.
this bad behavior, and then you're like when people are like, "Oh my god, I just couldn't see that happening," you know? "Sit down,
Mhm.
Bob. Sit the
Mhm.
fuck down. You don't get
Right.
to talk."
Right.
I've
Right.
been ignorant too. I've been like, "Charles Manson didn't kill anybody." Dur, 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 you know?
Right. Right,
And then I used to
exactly.
look up to Leah Remini. I used to say that I was gonna
Mhm.
be the Rhea Lemony of the LDS Church, and now I'm like, "No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm really good." Woo.
Well, and
I'm sorry for all the ignorant things I've said in the past and probably have said today. Just I'm sorry. It's not
look,
on purpose.
man, here's the thing. I'm at the point in my life where it's like, I'm gonna fuck up, I'm gonna continue to fuck up, but I'm gonna also own it. And I think
Yeah.
that is something that
It's a
you
difference.
just it's a difference. And it's
Mhm.
not to be it's just it's easy. It's so much easier
Mhm.
to just admit
Yeah.
when you're wrong. God
And
damn
you
it.
just you adjust your cells. That's what I do. I'm just like, "Oh, oh, oh, okay."
Yeah,
Or I might get knocked down for a day or 2 or however long, and then
right.
I don't even think about it. It just I don't know,
Mm-mm.
the only choice is to do is to get up, right? And just put the one foot in front of the other foot. And I'm like you, I whole ass mess up.
Mhm.
I'm a whole asser, so I don't do anything half-ass. I'm like, "Oh, bombs away," and I'm like, "Ooh," diving straight
Yeah.
down, doing like a Chad Daybell belly buster off the cliff,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I'm
Yeah,
a flying
yeah.
squirrel. And so that's in things that, you can consider good or whatever, positive choices or negative. It's both. It's a even kill. So equal
Well, when does
opportunity F up.
I was going to ask you, I wanted to know what your schedule is for CrimeCon
I
and
don't have
how
one.
you're going to be. Well, but I mean, I think it's interesting because I know that you had mentioned, because I was thinking maybe I'd try to get my friend
Yeah.
Maggie to come and
Oh,
join us. And like she and I did something before where she was inside of
oh,
CrimeCon when it was over in Florida, and she's great, and she was so frustrated and shit. But
uh-huh.
but she gives you like an inside view, and she's such a
That
great
would be
an actual forensic psychologist who's worked in prisons
oh,
and
an
with
actual
veterans.
one.
Yeah. Yep.
We don't know what
But
those are around here.
but also, the mother of a murdered child,
Yeah.
who had to wrestle with Othram to get her DNA back, and which is a whole other thing. So,
Boots
and
on
you
the
and I,
ground, if you will,
yeah,
the actual lived experience, still
yeah,
living it, still
yeah,
fighting for it.
yep,
I
yep,
mean, yeah, when you had mentioned her on your stream, and you mention her a lot.
yeah,
I say a lot, but I mean, of course, I came across you during this whole Lauren crap, and then I know
mm-hmm,
you have a life, right? It's
mm-hmm,
okay. We all have
yeah,
lives, but I do appreciate your contribution. I do. I appreciate all your guys' contribution and just the love you have. I love this. You guys are what helped me to continue focus and keep the victims. Look, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I try to keep them centered. Like, would if they were here right now, would they be proud of me? Would they be like, oh my God, like, no, no, don't say our names, like I know I'm not perfect. I'm never perfect, but I just want to do things for the right reason. I don't want to do it because I'm mad or I'm angry. I want to do it because it's the right thing to do. And anyway, so you guys help me to see humanity, the good in humanity. And
well,
it's like y'all help kinda I don't know if it's like that for Miss Maggie, where
oh,
the community really does
she's a
I
good
mean,
egg,
they
man.
do lighten it. I don't know. Maybe it's just mind over matter. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's helped me
And
be
and
fulfilled and try to, kinda not be lost on humanity, basically.
it's kind of well, that's very sweet, and I think that what I get from Maggie and I became friends. I mean, our daughters were born share the same birthday. The difference
Oh,
is several years difference, but her
uh-huh.
daughter was buried on what would have been her 19th birthday, and that's my daughter's birthday. And
My daughter's 17.
it broke me to pieces,
Mm.
and I just reached out to her and I said, "Hey, if I can help, and this is years ago, and
Yeah.
I'm like, I'll research stuff, I'll do whatever." And man, she is a spitfire. That woman, woo! When she and I get on the
I love
phone,
that.
it's like it's like swear festival. I mean, she and I are shitting this and fucking that, and but you need that. But
Just season.
you need,
Seasons.
but sometimes there's no other words, right? Sometimes there's
Mhm.
no other words except for those
Right.
things to blow off the steam, to clear the cobwebs, and then I just
Mhm.
listen. And she's been just so great. And I think
That's
that
awesome.
the community, right? You guys are part of a club that nobody wants to be a part of.
And you might not even know you're part of it. And I'm just like, "Yay."
Yeah,
But I mean, just as
but
long as we respect each other's, opinions, thoughts, feelings, I mean, I don't ever just wanna be like, "F you," That's not my thing.
yeah,
Um, I like to I like this honing in on, and focusing on that's the people you need to hold accountable and not bicker. It's the bigger problem, the
yeah,
division, the triangulation part, yeah, all that is, oh, you got to pick a side, you know. Um,
yeah.
we have
There's
to come
there's
together.
like there's no sides, right? For me, well, I can only speak for myself. There's doing things right with ethics, even if you
Mhm.
do fuck up. And then
Dignity.
there's doing things that are morally bankrupt and continuing to do those things. And
How do
you
they
know,
sleep? How do they look at their children? Like, I'm like,
I don't know.
I don't understand. Like,
I don't
I
know.
had to kind of fight with myself, and I mean, I'm kind of okay to say it. Like, it is what it is. I made a complaint. I did, because I could not live with myself. And I mean, I tore over this, I was just like, okay, I'm not one to just go mass report, that I've never done that. Actually, I don't even know what
Mhm.
to do. But
Mhm.
I've also been like, my parents have been at CrimeCon.
Yeah.
And if somebody is, I mean, getting a website, a forum based off of our case, and then is ended up like you shared, those, I don't even know what to call it, but the documents from that defamation
Oh
lawsuit
yeah.
from John Ramsey's, the Ramsey case or whatever, and
Yeah.
Tricia's in
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
wild.
Yep. Yeah.
And I think you're right. I think there are more out there buried, and they kind of bank on the messiness, it's kind of buried where you can't really find it.
Yeah.
I get overwhelmed by that kind of stuff too. And I'm like, I try to keep up with it because the 404 bubbles are real. That's what I call them.
Um, I sent you over earlier, and you don't have to pull it up or do anything with it, but it's just so you have it. And it is that defamation thing. And, you and I spoke about it, and it was about Websleuths and being sort of when you have my thing was, and I don't know if you heard me talking about this, but my thing is that I don't ever want to host any sort of site like that because I would feel so obligated to be on top of
Mhm.
everything.
I like
However,
to host this, I'd be like, "Hey, everybody okay? I need some drinks."
right, right, right.
I
It's like
mean, what y'all doing?
we gotta keep on top of this thing. But the thing is that she let it run wild. And
Mhm.
what happens is that you do open yourself up to possible civil action,
It
even if
benefited her too, though, but she's not willing to admit that either. All right.
it's I just and now with all the new connections between them and
Yeah.
Othram, I just am like, this stinks to high heaven. And spit and
It's getting
spooge, good
scarier
God.
and scarier. I'm like, "Oh, shit. Okay." Like, I told you the other day that I had no, I told you today, not the other day, but the other day I ran across, because I just kinda dig. I have no rhyme or reason. I'm just like, "Deh." You
Mhm.
go and look on different, databases, and I'm just like, one time I'm like, "Oh, yeah, the dark web," and Jason was like, "No, no, 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 no." And I was like, "Oh." So, I mean, I think blinders have been on for a long time. I'm just like,
Um,
"Where are we going?" But I'd found, the video, let's see, I have it pulled up right here. It's from 2006, Michael Tracy exposed for lying about suspect in John Benet Ramsey case, and
oh,
this is on, Websleuth's channel, okay? See,
oh,
Websleuth. Oh,
wait,
shit.
what year is this?
I mean, this was
Oh,
posted February 11, 2025. I wonder if she's gonna private it now. I have it screen recorded. Good luck. Okay. It's out there. You didn't fucking make the content, Trisha.
because
Anyways,
this is when that lawsuit came out.
this is where I found what I shared with you earlier about how, how you can go under these things now and you say,
Mhm,
ask questions. And I'm like, oh, I
mhm,
love to ask questions. I'm an asshole.
mhm.
I'm asked around, you know. Turns out I am an asshole.
Mhm. Hell yeah.
Sorry, I never knew I was, but here I am. So, but I mean, it had something to do. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up, and I can't talk and type. So I don't know if you want to talk about it, but I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to any of this stuff. I heard about
No,
these, things, but I
me
didn't. I
neither.
would see John Bonet on those magazine covers. When I'm
Mhm.
checking out at Kroger when I
Oh
was in
yeah.
my 20s.
Oh yeah.
Not that I didn't care. I just had no dog in the hunt, so to speak.
Mm-mm.
I didn't
Mm-mm.
understand. Ignorance. So, I wanna ask it a question while you I'm gonna let you take over. So,
Well,
I mean, or do you want me to play this for a little bit? I don't know.
is this the guy from Thailand?
This is the Mark Carr, and I mean, I've
Oh,
done
yes.
research on a
Yeah.
other, path to this where,
Mm.
I was following this one girl who's a hell of a researcher. Okay, I mean, she kicks some ass, and she was just kind of dancing around. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's gonna run into Tim Ballard. Tim Ballard is again part of the Chad and Lori
Oh,
move.
yeah.
It's the same movement. It's just
Mhm.
different parts coming out at different times, and then isolated in a vacuum.
Mhm.
Nothing to see
Mhm.
here. Okay, nothing.
Mhm.
But they are, and holy shit, it's way bigger than that. Not trying to scare. It's nothing to be scared of. It's just to be aware of. But anyways, but I found the Carr family. There's a lot of these families, old school. They are they're elite. It is what it
Mhm.
is.
Mhm.
Whatever. Or
Is
they
it
were raised this way. I don't know. Generational families.
is it like is he from the West?
Well, let's see. Where's it at? I need to find. I know it's right here somewhere. Oh my god! When I need it, I never can put my hand on it. The kids' memorial was at the Willard. Where the hell is it? It's gonna piss me off. The Willard Theater something. I don't know. I'm saying that not right exactly. But I mean, you got to think about who offered this free venue for the memorial to happen in Idaho Falls. And so right before I went to the kids memorial, it was during Chad's trial. It was 2024,
Mhm.
end of April. Lauren's there, Sarah Nelson's there, and
Mhm.
Sarah's actually who, pulled
Mhm.
it together.
Yep.
Lauren, mom said Lauren didn't do shit. Allegedly. I
Mhm.
mean, that's
Mhm.
according to my mom, but that Sarah did, you know? And then so I'm looking at, okay, well, who's sponsoring, who sponsors this Willard Theater? Because I mean, I know in SRA and ritual abuse, there's a lot of involvement in the arts, acting, music,
Mhm.
these kind of whatever topic.
It's
I don't
like
know what to call it.
it's like
Subjects.
well, it's like access points, really. I mean, it's
Oh,
like
there you
places.
go. There you
I
go.
mean,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Kind of get access to people
Dance.
and kids.
Yeah, and so yes, access points, especially like the religion part and all the
Mhm.
religions, and the church, and that's where you're gonna find all the PDF files.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Mhm. Mhm.
Abbreviated.
Yeah.
But so right before I went there, I learned about how the Carr family, they allegedly ran along and around with the Son of Sam shit and the Kellogg family and just
Good
with the
God.
Manson murders. They're all connected, allegedly.
Mhm.
When you start looking into these things, like Hate Street and
Oh, yeah. Okay.
basically what Trisha's dad allegedly did, where she says he was a CIA dude and him and some other couple other CIA dudes went and had a mansion and a lot of money and they went party.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
fucking not normal.
No, it's
So,
not.
I
Mm-mm.
mean, there's more to the story. I believe she is from an elite family, and I believe she might have been placed here and or directed to the Ramsey case in order to do what she does,
She
which is to aggravate it.
she loves to harangue the whole situation, you know. Um,
Mhm.
I have no opinion. I don't know enough about it, nor do I want
I
to.
don't either.
But what I do know is that she is a fly in the ointment to such a degree that, people were pissed off enough to file, even though the civil suit and it didn't go anywhere that I can tell, they
Mhm.
filed it still, and that takes a lot of money to have a high price lawyer do that shit. And
Mhm.
so they meant business. What does that mean? I don't know. But what it means to me, oh my God, holy hell. Uh-uh.
Guess who
Ooh,
sponsored
girl.
it? East Idaho News, aka Frank Vandersloot.
Oh my
And guess who
God.
redid the whole complex? Lockheed Martin. I know, but I was like, "Oh, shit, I need to go home. I need to go back to Louisiana." I'm like, "Sweet home Louisiana," you know?
Oh my,
It's
it's like
except up here. But yeah,
I'm
I was
safe.
like, "Oh, oh."
I, I'm safer in the bayou. Shit. God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Oh
got
my
alligators.
God. Oh,
Yeah.
girl.
So, I mean,
Oh,
it's just it's
that's
n but,
nuts.
oh, there's those patterns, you know? It's like, no, I take into account, like, "Oh, shit, that is some hell of a coincidences," you know?
Yeah.
But or
Yeah.
also you can know that these families generational and they dabble in these things and birds of a feather flock together. They network anyways. Who wouldn't? Okay.
Well,
I think if you're connected, you're in because you're getting business. Kind of like in Mormonism. If y'all
mhm,
can think about that. If you're outside of Mormonism, they they are I mean, if you ever want something done, get you some ask the LDS people to freaking they will you're like, "Whoa, y'all did this in a day?"
mhm,
You
mhm.
know? And
Yeah.
they feed you. So, I mean, that's that's what kind of, culture,
Oh, yeah. And, in Texas, I did research a long time ago on the Roloff family. Did you ever know about them?
yeah.
Uh,
Wait,
The Roloff
the short the little people?
religious? No, no.
Oh, I used to
These
watch
are
little
like
people.
no, these are the big Bible thumping. They started like a lot of Southern Baptists, like those like training schools that
Mhm.
have a lot of crossover to like the Hildebrands of it all. But it's
Or,
like,
like, what about the, Duggars? Like, that kind of
yeah, sort of,
Mhm.
but more brimstony.
Mm.
But I guess to your point though, with like Mormons, every religion seem. I mean, God, I was raised Catholic. Holy shit! But
They're all together. They're all
they
in bed together.
they
Okay.
all have shit. But yeah, I
They
just think that I think the interesting thing to me, from my point at this stage, is CrimeCon and Othram and how involved Othram is, and Othram setting up a lab in Utah.
So, yeah, I'm gonna pull can I pull your video up and
Yeah,
share that
sure.
part?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. I've already, revised it got taken down yesterday, y'all. When I just jumped on, I saw that she had been live for an hour, and I was just typing a sentence, like, "Hey, just now seeing
Yeah.
this," and it went down right then, and I was like, "Well, son of a bitch." That was
Yep.
crazy, but it
Yep.
came back up. Why? Because there was none of that. It was a false report, false
Yeah.
flag.
Yeah, it
Because
was.
who was in chat?
Yep. Moon fuck whatever.
Moonlight View
Yeah.
for you, who
Hmm.
rides my ass constantly. So, all right. Anyways, let me get into YouTube and stop effing around and stop running my mouth. I got suck at this. All right. So, Stu. It's nope.
I know exactly who that
Or
is.
was it
Yeah.
the nope one? Yeah, it was the nope one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was the first one. The second
Let
one
me.
was a cancer scam.
Yeah. Well, it had to be a second one because again, her video got taken down.
Hmm.
Oh, why'd I do that? Ask questions. I didn't mean to do that. Show transcript. This helps find it a lot faster. Um, so it's the lawsuit, yeah, lawsuit or defamation. Where's it at? Well, let me do defamation then. Defamation. Oh, these are all the statements that are defamation. So, okay, let me play this part.
Going after
Oh, I gotta
creators
let me fix
for
my
defamation. So I came across this little nugget.
sorry.
And so this was filed in
Okay.
2006.
Oh
Okay.
shit.
Now,
I suck at this.
this is in the Northern District of Georgia. This is a federal. Is this a federal filing? Yes, Northern District, I think. Hang on.
Smoke them if you
Anyway,
got
so
'em.
November 6th, 2006, this was filed, and it's a complaint, and it's brought by people remember who Lynn Wood is, right? Lynn Wood is
Sure, I'll
Yeah.
tell you.
the Ramseys
Mhm.
were,
Death or Mace.
what do you call it? John Ramsey's lawyer. I believe that's right. And people will know more than I. So on I'm going to ignore the chat for a minute because I get very distracted, but
Me too.
I'm here. So, but people, if you think of things when I'm reading through this, please let me know and just drop
I'm
it
trying to fix this.
in the chat. So I'll
do
come
this.
back to it because I'm trying to figure out what the hell this is. So Lynn Wood, I believe, was the Ramseys' lawyer. Okay. And I believe, if I remember this correctly, and I don't honestly know, I think Patsy Ramsey was from Georgia, or maybe the family was at one point from Georgia. So when this came up, I'm like, this is fascinating. So this is an RW proceeding under a pseudonym versus John Doe, aka Under the Radar, spelled UNDRTHE, Radar, the defendant. So the complaint is filed. Lynn Wood representing. Comes now RW, plaintiff in the above styled action, and respectfully states his complaint against defendant as follows. Number 1, this is an action for compensatory, equitable, and punitive relief arising from a false statement. Hang on, I got to make this larger for myself because old.
Yeah. Bring it on, there.
There we go. This is an action for compensatory, equitable, and punitive relief arising from false statements maliciously published by defendant accusing plaintiff of, among other things, kidnapping and murder. The statements made by defendant demonstrating an apparent ability to commit violent injury to plaintiff. Defendant maliciously published these false and threatening statements on an internet message boards hosted by Topics LLC, DBA, Topics.net. Remember that.
Mm-hmm. She
and
talked about
Tricia Griffith, DBA, Websleuths. Okay. Now, she's named as DBA Websleuths. Her actual name is in it, which I find very interesting. Because if you look at I find it interesting that she's named. Let's put it that way. Even though this is about postings on a forum. So they list Topics LLC, but no name is with that because that's under an LLC. However, Tricia Griffith, DBA Websleuths. I just find it interesting that they don't have Websleuths, under without her name. So I think that this is, to me, very interesting, right? Lawsuits. Okay, so CH is, there's the ambulance. God, that's another thing you're going to notice about this joint. Lawsuits made in furtherance of these claims in the state of Michigan. Is that right?
Wait.
Okay. That tracks because isn't the John Ramsey from Michigan? I don't know. But I found it interesting that she's named, and it's not just Websleuths, right? I think that's significant. Maybe I'm making things up. Again, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead, and those who have been here before know that this is just a speculation. Okay. My opinion.
You sound like a
speculation. All right.
Well, and the thing,
lawyer. I don't claim to be a lawyer.
Was that you now or you then?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Both.
Well, the takeaway from this was that she didn't have it under an LLC, which is interesting because that opens her up to issues versus having that layer of protection. Yeah. So which is bizarre because I think that now that the site has been taken over by Othram, I wonder how if anything's going to change.
I wondered the same thing because of how if she was going to continue to raise money in my family's names, and and direct, traffic her way, where was my complaint going to go? you know?
Right.
And
Right.
if
And
her money from YouTube goes directly to DNA Solves, like she's reassuring you that, you're going to hear all these things about her out there that are not true,
right.
according to her.
Right.
But you have a mind, I have a mind. We have minds of our own, and we don't
Mhm.
do that, So when they say that it's like a sub grab or whatever, I'm just like, yeah, okay, that's
I
for
don't even know what
that's for those kind of people who measure things, but
yeah.
beauty, it's competition for them, But
Mhm.
anyways, and I mean, it's basically telling their subscribers that they're dumb. Okay,
Well, and the interesting thing about this too, though, is that she, and Olaf, God bless Olaf,
I
had
know.
found an audio of her talking to like some
Yeah.
lawyer on a podcast about how they'd never been sued for defamation, nothing false light, and
I know.
you, and
You're
even
like,
though
what?
technically, right, they weren't, but this under the radar person could be anybody.
Mhm.
It could be
Do you
allegedly
have
Websleuths
the
and
timestamp? Do you know the timestamp for Olaf's video?
um
I can look up the transcript. Go ahead.
it's if you go to my page, it has like it's like a trailer and it's maybe 45 seconds long, and it gives her talking to the
I found
radio
it.
group. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna switch it to this real quick, and I'll share what you're
Yeah,
talking about. Yeah.
there it is.
Okay. And 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, go.
Our rules are very tight, very tight. And whenever anything happens, oh, it's Websleuths. And it's not, it's Facebook and other forums. So we're very careful to keep innocent people out. But that doesn't mean that we won't talk about people, because if they are in the public domain already brought out by the police, then we discuss them.
All of us know about lawsuits because we deal with it all the time. Have
Mhm.
that occurred with
Never.
You've never been sued
Nope.
for any type of slander, libel, or
Defamation.
false light, anything like
Nope.
that?
Never have. Never have. We
Nope.
are very, very careful. Now,
Liar,
that's not
liar,
to
pants
say
on fire. Go ahead.
No, I mean, it's just, nope, never, she said. So,
Mhm.
and she had the forums by 2006. So
Yep.
I think she said she had them before then. And it's very clearly had to do with Ramsey, right? So,
Mhm.
I just found it really, really interesting. But
Yeah.
oh my God, I'm gonna have to jump off. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was like, I know. I wish.
Gonna turn into a pumpkin. No, it's okay.
What?
I mean, yeah, you're gonna
Um,
turn into a pumpkin. Where's your glass slippers?
yeah, exactly. Well, my husband has tomorrow off, and so we're gonna
Aw,
get up at the
yeah,
crack. So,
have fun.
but I did want to spend some time with you at least a little
Yeah.
bit before. But what we should do is get together and dig into the Othram, because this isn't even the Othram stuff, right? Like this
Nope.
isn't even the Othram
I'm
stuff. This
just
is just
barely
teeing it up.
grazing the tip of it. I'm like,
Yeah.
and I didn't want to. I don't really care about the DNA part. I knew better though. I have a 23andMe kit, or I've
Mhm.
actually bought 2 of them back in 2020, and then I started diving into my family's murders. And I was like, no, I don't know what that is yet, but it just don't feel right. So I still have
Mhm.
it,
Yeah.
boss. And just,
No
they don't tell
spitting.
you about the other side of it. And that needs to be,
And what we should talk
we need to
about
be aware.
that, and I'll put together something, because there is this whole data mining part of that,
Yeah.
um,
Mm-hmm.
but let me know. And I'm glad I got to jump on at least a little bit. I was good to hear you speak about JJ and his birthday and
Yeah.
stuff earlier. So I just
Oh,
was,
man.
I know.
It just, yeah, I just kind of roll with the punches. So
No, it was good to hear you speak like that. I love that. So,
thank you.
but thank you for letting me jump on. I am
I'm
gonna
glad you did.
go.
Thank you. And y'all,
Oh,
if you can go support her, she comes in whenever she can. And
yeah.
again, I You're doing the Lord's work too.
Yeah,
Okay.
you are, but we'll talk
We're
soon, and we'll have some poop in
awesome.
get our poop
I'll
in
be
our
around.
pile. Okay.
Right?
Thanks, Krisha. Thank you,
They make it
everybody.
easier though. They are making it
Aw,
easier. I did
yeah.
find that thing too, so
Oh,
I'll read
send
it
it.
whenever you get
Send
done.
it. Yeah. Send it to me because I can dig into my databases. So
Yeah,
we'll
I
crack
know.
this
She's got a
shit.
database. And I'm just like a Googler and a DuckDuckGo, you know? End up in, like,
All
the
right.
darkest little corners, and I'm like, "Who's over here?" Okay.
Just down dark web. All right.
Mm,
Well, we'll talk soon. All right. Take care, y'all.
happy Memorial Day. Be safe.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you too. Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So, what I found well, it was like mid-May, I guess. So when I was digging into I'd found that video that I showed earlier with the marked car, with the Ramsey case, and anyways, I've ran across something, but I can't locate it at right this moment to what led me there, so I put this into my chat GPT to kinda, give me the overview, I guess. Let me make sure. Let me change my aspect again. I wish they would just do it on their own. Okay. But then, what would they need us for? Anyway, so I'm just going to read what it said. And it said in 2020, because I'm like, tell me about Kevin, or I couldn't remember which Balfe brother it was. Okay. So I'm like, tell me about Kevin or Chris Balfe filing petition in Ramsey case regarding DNA. Oh, so I don't know. Let me read it. In 2022, a petition titled Justice for John Bonet was launched on change.org, directly tying into the push for independent DNA testing in the John Bonet Ramsey case. The details surrounding the filing and the parties involved include the following points. So ready to go. The connection to Kevin Balfe. Hold your pearls. Hold everybody's pearls, okay? If true. Kevin Balfe, the executive producer and founder of CrimeCon and co-founder of Red Seat Ventures, alongside his brother, Chris Balfe, is the individual who officially started and organized the 2022 petition. Just interesting, right? The objectives of the petition was heavily promoted during CrimeCon 2022, where John Ramsey, John Bonet's father, appeared as a featured speaker, and it just made freaking Tricia's head spiral. Okay, she was like, danger, Will Robertson. Anyways, it said that the primary demands of the petition were urging Colorado Governor Jared Polis to use his executive authority to move the DNA testing in the case away from the Boulder Police Department. Okay. Transferring the evidence to an independent outside laboratory specializing in advanced forensic science and genetic genealogy. Cool. The core argument is the petition argued that independent labs utilizing cutting-edge, ultra-sensitive amplification and genetic profiling methods would have a better chance of identifying suspects from potentially degraded or low copy number DNA samples than conventional law enforcement methods. And if there's anything that I'm learning about our little poor Tricia, as Andy dubbed her, poor Tricia, allegedly, is that the DNA is a red herring, which I find so odd. That's what she claims. She's like, the DNA is just a red herring, and she gets all crazy, or I'll just say excited. And she really combats this idea, and she's like, I'll show you a clip in a little bit from where she's mocking it even. Okay. Talking about the little bit of DNA. And I mean, anyways, there's all kinds of psychological stuff that tie into this with her behavior, in my opinion, that I find alarming and just questionable, curious. So the next point says the outcome and context. While the petition garnered significant public support, of course it did, and thousands of signatures from true crime followers, the Boulder Police Department ultimately maintained jurisdiction over the case. However, late in 2022, Boulder Police and the Boulder County District Attorney's Office announced they would consult with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI, and the FBI to utilize new DNA technologies and reevaluate the evidence. So my thing is like, What is the significance? Let me see if it'll do my microphone. What is the significance of the Balfe brothers with Red Seat Ventures and CrimeCon? And how does that tie into Glenn Beck? You ready? Okay. So the significance of Chris and Kevin Balfe, the Balfe brothers, CrimeCon, right, lies in their role as powerful behind-the-scenes media executives who bridges the gap between major conservative political media, direct-to-consumer digital brands, and the massive growth of the modern true crime industry. It's an industry, a very wealthy billion-dollar industry, multi-billion-dollar. Okay. And it says the connections break down into the following key layers: the core connection, not conspiracy, Mercury Radio Arts, and Glenn Beck. Long before launching CrimeCon or Red Seed Ventures, both of the Balfe brothers were instrumental in building Glenn Beck's massive media empire. You're like, okay. Chris Balfe spent over a decade working closely with Glenn Beck. He served as the chief executive officer, CEO, and president of Mercury Radio Arts, Beck's production company. Pretty big, right? And was the driving force behind the launch of The Blaze, which is also pretty big. Originally GBTV, navigating Beck's transition from traditional cable news to a highly profitable independent digital streaming model. This is where they're going. Okay. They're coming to a YouTube channel near you, as they have been. So this is only going to get bigger and more. I mean, I remember finding my way to YouTube because the case, people were talking about the kids, my family's case here. And then I noticed like Court TV showed up and had a channel. And then, which, I mean, anyways, during the COVID and everything, we were able to, I guess, on, the silver lining or the bright side of looking at a situation was that because I couldn't travel so easily because it costs a lot of money and just being away from family, period, it's like it allowed me to be able to stay in touch with the happenings of Lori and Chad and all those court hearings, all those Zoom meetings and hearings, and holy shit, it saved me a lot of just stress. So anyways, I mean, that's what it opened the door for in my situation. It's not the same for everybody. I'm not saying it was, it was horrible. It was a horrible ordeal. Hopefully we don't have another one. But again, so Kevin Balfe, whoa. Okay, navigating Beck. I already said that. All right, Kevin Balfe served as, so this is the other Balfe brother, served as the senior vice president of publishing at Mercury Radio Arts. He collaborated directly with Beck on his numerous books, receiving explicit co-writing and contribution credits. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm thirsty. And contribution credits on major projects like Beck's political thriller novel, The Overton Window. Beck is one of these guys who loves to throw those questionable white horse prophecy-esque dog whistles, the Constitution's hanging by a thread. And I mean, that was just that was like the first, I didn't really know to call it a dog whistle, but I'm just like, it's these things that these people say that are in and around Lori and Chad's case, circle, whatever. And yes, Glenn Beck went to the same Firm Foundation, Firm Expos, Tim Ballard, actually Chad Daybell, the weekend that Tylee was murdered in, Rexburg somewhere. Chad's company, that shitty book publishing company, somehow sponsored a whole race for Operation Underground Railroad, which was, Glenn Beck and Tim Ballard are buds. But according to Lauren Matthias, she's like, Glenn has nothing to do with this. Just saying. It's kind of like, hey, don't go here, just like she also did not share with us or you that her brother, the one that died, Jameis, he was best friends with Tom Harrison's son, the guy that wrote Visions of Glory. the same guy that's involved allegedly in the Hamblin case, Levitt. That whole SRA kerfuffle that I've been researching. I mean, it's never been taken, to court because, I mean, there's just, they forgot to turn something in, the prosecution, it's just somebody always drops the ball somewhere. But there is an actual lawsuit that was filed against the Levitts, David Levitt and his wife, Shalom Eastwood Levitt, when they're not in their castle in Scotland chasing fugitives. David has even he was a prosecuting attorney in I'm trying to think. I can't think of the name of the county. What, babe? No. Uh-huh. Where are you going? Oh, pick him up. Yeah. Love you. Be careful. I'm like, what? What was his name? Davis County prosecuting attorney. Well, he used to be David Levitt. I mean, he went and worked at the Boise airport as a luggage boy, like $7.50 an hour at one point. But then he's also really good friends, allegedly, according to him, David Levitt, with Viktor Yushchenko from Ukraine. And they have the Levitt Institute in Ukraine. David and Shalom Levitt are also in really well with the Best Friends Animal Society, which this is where it goes. Anyways, I can tell you where it goes. It goes to, Leah Remini, the Scientology church, which is actually the Process Church of the Final Judgment, is actually kind of, I guess what I would call like the shadow church of the Scientology church. So I do believe there's one here in Mormonhood as well, just, I don't know, whatever. I'm not here to prove that, but these are just kind of where the ties go, allegedly. So it's interesting how they just kind of birds of a feather flock together. Let me continue on. So Kevin Belfie served as the senior vice president of publishing at Mercury Radio Arts. He collaborated directly with Beck on his numerous books. I already said all that. The birth of Red Seed Ventures. In 2015, after parting ways with Mercury Radio Arts, Chris and Kevin Balfe used their experience in building personality-driven media. This is the whole science. Networks to found Red Seed Ventures. And Lindsay Hendricks is who, in Jay's chat, early on, HTC, Meltdown, Fallout. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's interesting. So did Love Always. Truth. I remember you tying these things in, and it just helped me get here, which is not far, but still, thank you for that. So Red Seed Ventures was created to help digital creators, influencers, and media personalities build, fund, and scale their own direct-to-consumer content channels, podcasts, and merchandise operations. This becomes really fucking interesting, don't it? Especially when you're building a brand like Hidden True Crime. The company proved so successful at scaling these niche creator-led audiences that Fox Corporation acquired Red Seed Ventures, keeping the Balfe brothers on to run the business. So that's pretty cool. Kind of like what Othram did with Patricia. The link to CrimeCon. So CrimeCon is the crown jewel. This is what we're going to be learning about a lot during the CrimeCon event, which is going to be from, I want to say, Thursday. Officially, it's not Thursday, but we'll start Thursday streaming every day during CrimeCon hours. And, it'll end on Sunday. We'll end on Sunday, and then we'll recap and stuff after that. But I just want to learn everything I can about this genre. It's a pipeline, and it's tied into, as you can see, a lot of the things. It's a tentacle. It's like the tentacles, of the octopus, whatever. Bizarre. Way too big. Way too many parts. So I appreciate you guys helping me figure this shit out. But it says, let's see. I always lose my spot. So Okay, so it's the CrimeCon is the crown jewel and most visible property created, owned, and produced by Red Seed Ventures. Seeing the explosive growth of the true crime genre, Kevin Bell founded CrimeCon in 2017 to act as the ultimate physical and digital hub for the community, bringing together victims' families, advocacy groups, law enforcement, content creators, and fans. Because the Balfe brothers understand how to mobilize hyper-dedicated audiences, a skill honed during their years managing Glenn Beck's fan base. They also had a fallout too. They successfully scaled CrimeCon into a massive annual event. This infrastructure is what allowed high-profile advocacy efforts to take center stage, such as the 2022 John Benet Ramsey independent DNA testing petition, which was launched and amplified directly through CrimeCon's platform. Allegedly. Summary of the tie-in. So this blueprint that Chris and Kevin Balfe used to build CrimeCon into a true crime powerhouse under Red Seed Ventures is directly inherited from the strategic playbook they developed while running Glenn Beck's multimedia network. And it is a network. They took the lessons of community building, digital subscription models, and independent platform architecture from conservative political media and successfully applied them to the true crime space. And I mean, good on you, you know, but I just smell shit. And I always do. And it sucks to always smell shit everywhere I go. And it ain't me. You know, I'm just like, I want to believe in these things, but that I just also am not like, if it's just something that looks too good to be true, then it is. Okay. Sorry. But it is. So anyways, this is what got me here. And I still need to go find that petition because I find that really fascinating that author ended up buying Websleuths in 2024 at the end of it. I mean, what is happening right now? You know? And then so Tricia had the whole Justice for All. Did I even finish that? I don't think I did. I don't think we did. Let me pull that back up and we'll finish that too. I gotta make sure I'm still on the right screen. Hey, I'm gonna close my camera for a minute. Okay, so let's play this a little more.
What I do claim to be is somebody who can read.
She can
That's
read.
it.
We can read.
Just somebody who could read.
Read the words.
Okay.
Right?
So again, I just find it fascinating that her name has actually made it into this, right?
Mhm.
Let's see. Fulton County Superior Court returns the levy. Yeah, I think he's a slime ball. I think he's a slime ball. But I mean, on the scale of slime ball to slime ball, right? So anyway, back to this. So this is RW, who subsequently was named in, you can find it. It's pretty easy. He's a prominent, like, rich guy in Georgia that was friends with John Ramsey. And apparently this under the radar person who posted on Websleuths, and I did look, God, I hate looking at that website, but I did look at that website. And sure enough, there was a thread that was kind of about this. So it looks like from what I could gather that that thread had been taken down and somebody had posted in there, you know, that this claim had come forward and there really wasn't much about it. So in the John Benet arc of the Tricia Griffith narrative, it was interesting because there were only 2 pages on the Websleuths forum, and God knows those people love chatting it up about Jean Benet, right?
Passionate.
So this is this guy is bringing a lawsuit alleging false statements maliciously published. Plaintiff is a resident, so plaintiff, the guy filing it, right, is a resident of the state of Georgia. Upon information and belief, defendant is a resident of the state other than the state of Georgia. I've got a theory about this. Oh God, you guys, and it's so conspiratorial.
I love it. Let me hear it.
Defendant committed a tortious act. So again, the defendant is this under the radar guy, right? But again, there's two named message boards.
This is
And
interesting.
Topics LLC is another interesting kettle of fish altogether, but I haven't had a chance to go down that rabbit hole necessarily. So this person is seeking bloop, 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 $75,000, which actually is not that much. I mean, it's a metric ton, but you know, anyway, so going on to all the whys and what fors. Number 7, upon information of belief, all the material hereto, defendant John Doe, aka Under the Radar, is an individual who had access to the internet message boards hosted by Topics, DBA Topics, and Tricia Griffith, DBA Websleuths. Again, I find this so weird that it's not brought in the name of her company, right? Unless I haven't quite sussed that part out. Why is it her name? Right? Because ostensibly Topics LLC back in 2006 wasn't born from the head of Zeus. It certainly has a human behind this LLC, whereas Tricia's listed.
And
I got thoughts.
Hold on.
I've got thoughts, and they're all speculative, and they're all very sort of what I would consider conspiratorial. But what I've learned from watching some of the amazing ladies out there doing the Lord's work again on exposing Grifftopia, right? is that, God, you know what? Anything's possible. Could be she was a sole proprietor at that time. Sure. Yeah. Grizzly. But it's weird, right? To me, it strikes me as just very, very bizarre. And that could just be me. That could just be me wanting to make something out of nothing.
Yep. Or not.
Well, we could find out. So Unindicted is saying they couldn't research who the associated humans were. I think the difference here is that to Grizzly's point, if Tricia was operating as a sole proprietor, like an idiot, without an LLC, which actually now makes total sense, of course.
Yeah.
You begin an LLC to shield yourself from this kind of shit, to give yourself a layer of protection. And then you insure your LLC for whatever. This numbnuts, most certainly probably, as with Grizzly, what Grizzly said, probably was just a sole proprietor. And despite Sue Pruitt's begging her to get the LLC formed, and I think Indy Cindy mentioned this the other day, shout out to Indy Cindy,
really good work.
that there was no registration of Websleuths after 2015. But I'll get back to that too, because I think there might have been. But ostensibly, one creates an LLC to basically CYA, which makes sense. You don't want to be held responsible for something that people post on your website unless you're an nincompoop, like dispatches from Dipshitistan over there and Tricia Grifterson, right? That's dumb, in my opinion. In my opinion. Where's my banner? In my opinion. This is pure speculation. So,
yeah.
Anywho,
I just found some shit.
Hey, Lindsay, how are you doing? Come on in.
Hold on.
What you up to?
Close your legs.
So I when I was listening again, and I've just been sort of way in the background for the last couple months here. Well, more than that, but I've been sort of in the background, starting to catch up. And when I started hearing all this stuff about Tricia, you know me, I'm going to go and start digging around. So when she said, no, we've never been, actually, let me play it again, just because it's like perfect. And I think that it helps me stay on topic, which is difficult.
Of the topic.
It's all the alls. Hold on.
We appreciate your work.
Here we go.
Nope.
Hey, lady. Here we go.
There you go.
So we're very careful to keep innocent people out, but that doesn't mean that we won't talk about people, because if they are in the public domain already, brought out by the police, then we discuss them.
You know, all of us know about lawsuits because we deal with it all the time. Has
Right.
that occurred with,
Never.
you've never been sued?
Nope.
For any type of slander, libel, or
Defamation.
False
This is
light, anything like
2019.
that?
Never have. Never have. We are very, very careful. So
Brr.
We are very, very careful.
Allegedly.
Okay. Now, hey, Molly, how you doing?
I gotta see about
Good
women.
morning, streets. Yay. And you know what? I do need a brainstorm here because I could be making a whole lot of something out of nothing, which is
I don't
which
think
I
so.
want to do.
I don't feel
But
like it.
I think it's very interesting here that we have, nope, we've never been sued for defamation. Nope, heck no. No, we'd never do anything like that. Right? Now, technically, she's
We
not
just-
listed
yeah.
as a defendant per se.
Oh, I see what you're
But
saying.
son,
Semantics.
here's what I do know from my brief stint with a small amount of legal knowledge is that she could, why they're listed as having the boards, right? So that you have topics and then you have whatever, their stupid Websleuths, horrible, like MySpace page, basically. Dial up my MySpace page where all these people come in and just level all of this stuff. I mean, there was earlier, and everybody should go check out Olap's video because,
Mhm.
you know, earlier in that radio interview that Olap found was, you know, even the Delphi cops were actually saying to Tricia Grifterson, McFarty Pants, hey, take down all the side-by-sides that you're allowing to be put up. Take down, do this and that. So in order to be a good steward of not only cases, right? So not only the integrity of a potential criminal case, for God's sakes, you know, spoiling the jury pool or whatever the case may be, you have to be responsible. You have to be responsible when you run something like that. You can't just let it like loose. And I think that we all know at this point that there ain't nothing but loose stools coming screeching out of the Websleuths, right?
Oh my
So
Lord.
again, this is my opinion, my speculation. But what this says to me, and just reading this document, and I'm trying to figure out how to put this online so everybody can see it, because I did have to go through a stupid database to find it. But
thank you for sharing that.
let me see here. Sorry, I'm trying to see what else is in this. Does anybody want to go through this whole thing? I mean,
I do.
Because here's, okay, you want to know my theory?
Yes. Please.
Which visual? Oh, the projectile stool.
Yeah.
Ooh, yay.
This is the old link.
Hey, Aaron, how are you? Who is this educated stranger? Well, one more year left, so
You go, girl.
partially
You grow,
educated.
girl.
Anywho, yeah, sorry about that. Gross projectile shit.
All right.
Look, she
It's
said something about
definitely-
why she couldn't poop at her age. I'm like, bitch, please get in line. Get yourself a stool softener and just
Yes.
take it
Shut
offline.
up.
Seriously.
Holy cow.
Okay.
I was gonna say holy crap.
What the
but
hell was
then
he talking
I
about?
thought,
Oh, so when we talk about what the allegations are in here are pretty egregious. And, you know, where this person,
Carolina.
this DBA, this John, did they call him John Doe? Sorry, John Doe. So it's the AKA under the radar. And I did a Google search on that and just came up with like the thread on Websleuths. But, you know, let me see. There's some specific postings on here that sounded an awful lot like the theories, or at least some of the things that Tricia has publicly said in her stream about why she thinks John Ramsey did this.
I have it.
Which is you know what? None of my business, right? This is not my deal. What is my business is somebody
Need to be
that
on
goes
the
out
YouTube
there
record.
talking about suing creators for defamation while they're out there talking to Blue Streak about Mr. Ramsey. I don't know what the fuck happened, but his kid's dead. Either way, right? So anyway,
None of your
topics
business.
is one of the board's web
Sure.
sleuths. So let's see. Let's do a little web sleuth.
Oh, Lord. You better
Okay,
protect
so it's
if we
mentioned
go to
16
Vegas
times. Let's
with
go.
no condoms.
All right,
Go to our
so
website.
At all
Sorry.
times, material here too, under the radar, is an individual who had access to internet message boards, Websleuths, Tricia Griffith, DBA, right? So she's going to come out and say, but I wasn't sued, right? But what this lawsuit is trying to do is get to who under the radar is. Now, we can have a freedom of speech conversation later, but
Legally.
freedom of speech under a pseudonym, right? The under the radar assumed name will
That's
only get
really
you so
funny.
far.
Mm-hmm.
It's when it jumps the shark into saying, hey, this person did this. There's a couple
It's
of
curious.
questions. Number one, does
Mhm.
this person actually know something that's germane to an open homicide investigation? And number two, hey, this guy's slandering me to who laid the rail, both of which can be either A, informational, so, needing to find the source of the information, which, I don't want to force anybody into the light, but that's what they were seeking to do. So this would make no mistake.
Like discovery,
that
I guess.
Even though Tricia is not mentioned or Websleuths is not mentioned as the defendant here, you bet your ass that this lawsuit was seeking to force Tricia to put out who this guy's name was. Now, again, have your own opinions about that. That's fine. But the statements that were being made were to such a degree that this person who was, this RW, again, who can be found very easily if you give it a bing, was coming to their attention enough in 2006 that it was becoming, it had to become awful. I can't imagine being implicated in something like that.
Yeah.
So on Websleuths, let me just make sure I find it. So there's pages and pages here. And again, I'll share all of it. It's only 13 pages, but some of the specific things that were posted on Websleuths threads were the defendant, so that's John Doe, under the radar, maliciously published the following false accusations upon the Websleuths thread. The prime suspect under the radar for nearly 10 years. It took me 5 years of research, and I have finally determined who wrote the ransom note. I have many clues to show you that points to this individual, including the biggest clue that points to just one person, the banker. Now, the banker is
found out,
the plaintiff here. So this language, to me, a fishing expedition, sure. But this language to me echoes, who had the shirt that had the ransom note on it? And I know that was like a very popular, whatever, I guess, a popular theory is all this stuff. But, it reads a lot like somebody's been influenced by, I don't know, somebody DBA-ing as a Websleuthersons.
I mean, good point. Good point.
But it's real weird. What do you guys think? Am I getting somewhere with this, or is this just bullshit?
I think you struck a
Is
nerve.
it just bullshit? It's probably just bullshit. God, I don't know. What do you guys think?
It's bullshit that ties other bullshit together.
Oh, streaks, you're funny. It's so refreshing to listen to a real reporter and not just some Facebook groupie spewing boomer gossip. Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about. Tricia was right about the Ramseys never have been cleared. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Not really my bag. What is my bag is finding out
people like Tricia.
How many lies till you get to the center of a Tootsie Roll, Tootsie Pop.
3.
So I just thought it was very interesting that they were never sued for defamation, and certainly to the letter of the law, they weren't. But somebody utilizing their platform was. And I couldn't find if this was ever resolved. at all. Oh, good. Welcome. Come on in. Close your legs.
Close your legs.
We know you. How you doing, boo?
Close your legs.
You want to come up? You know, here's the thing, Moonlight.
There's the.
You've got a beautiful cat.
pod.
I pray for your cat.
Its eyes kind of freaked me out. I'm just saying, she was being nice, I think.
Yes, it feels like total BS, right? It absolutely does.
I found some stuff. I'm just waiting on.
But
her
I
to
think it's
finish.
interesting that these things are in the public sphere. These things live out there in the world.
Yeah, you better be.
Is it
here,
anything similar to what she did to Beth B? Heck no. But I don't think that she's been a good steward of that forum. And I think that that gets people into trouble. And I'm not talking about Tricia. I could give a hoot about that lady. Hey, Belly May. How you doing? What I do care about is the integrity of investigations, right? So earlier, so again, go hear what Ola had, on her channel with that radio interview, where actually the Delphi police were like, you have to stop interfering. Now, look, y'all know me, and I think Jared the Jer Bear Holman is an absolute shitbird. You can quote me on that. But it's problematic because we see what happened with the Richard Allen trial and the misinformation, a lot of it being shot forth by other CrimeCon goers, such as the Murder Sheet, Hidden True Crime, right? Those idiots over at the Prosecutors Podcast. And Tricia and all these other people that sort of circle the wagons from a very, very pro guilt of everybody versus getting to the bottom of a case.
They just go with the flow.
And I hate that.
Propaganda.
And I absolutely hate that. Because fucking shit up and being irresponsible with something like a massive forum, right? Like Websleuths, or whatever it is, name your message board. You couldn't pay me enough to have a message board. Are you nuts? I would have to have like nothing but the top lawyers monitoring that shit all the time. But the issue is not whether or not that thing with Lynn Wood filed in 2006 went anywhere. It's that it's out there, that it's obvious to find, and that the misrepresentations and the irresponsibility of a person in charge of a platform like that, which has been called, the godmother of true crime, whatever the hell that is. Gross. Save it.
Hold on. So what do you, okay, look, I have no legal mind, period. I'm just like, okay, I'm trying to understand it too. I always want to say your name, Boo Boo Shrew, but it's Boboos, I guess, Rue. Legal issues. That was a long distraction. And I see you said something similar up here too. And I'm just trying to, because like I was pulling up some other things that I just found by just doing a Google search, a public Google search, Tricia Griffith's name with Justice for All Forum. That's what she used to have. Okay. And so I'm like, oh shit. So I've been trying to pull up some other things. And I don't even know if I want to get into them, but I do and I don't, because it always leads to something else with these people, in my opinion. But what was a distraction? The defamation being filed, or this being brought up, or I don't know. Let me know. I'm curious because I don't know. I'm here to learn too. That's what I do, and I know that there's people like Andy, people in chat, who are way more versed in this kind of stuff and in these cases, than I am, for sure. So the Fonz wore his leather jacket to do everything. Right? Megan the Conner, right? That's where that comes from. Megan the Conner, allegedly. Okay. Hey, Hawkeyes. Thank you. I've been here longer than I know. I saw earlier. I just didn't want to interrupt this, but love you, Crush, and your strength and medication. They'll always be number one. and strength and medication, they'll always be number one, right? I get you now. Thank you so much for being a member for 7 months. I really do appreciate your support and the love. I love the love. Guy still playing pinball. Who? I always want to say Bertrand, okay? Because I'm from Louisiana. We have Bertrand, but it's Bert and Ernie, you know. Everybody mistakes it for Bertrand. I'm just kidding. Let's see. Dedication. Thank you. Dedication, medication, right? Same thing. I'm just kidding. Let me see how much longer we have to this video right here. I mean, we're not going to watch the entire thing because it did. That person, Moonlight View for You, was in the chat, and she, Andy called her out basically. And then whenever she got to around here, it just, it was gone. And then she started, I let her know that the stream had been taken down, because you can sit there and just talk and talk and talk. And if you, when you're trying to talk and get the information out, you can't look at your chat because you're on a different screen. And so I let her know that it had been taken down, and I took screenshots and everything. And so she got right back up, and it's back up, and none of that has been, it was not for harassment or bullying. There was none of that in Andy's video. So this just goes to what anybody who has followed Jolene Lunzer and all this stuff with Tricia and Websleuths and all, we just went there for a road trip. Okay. We went there for a damn road trip, Tricia. Okay. And here we are, and it's not by our doing. It's not. And, you're going to learn the hard way. It sucks. And I hate that. But we all have a choice and a consequence. We have a choice and a consequence every day, all kinds. And you have to, take the consequence that comes along with whatever choice you choose. And that's basic level. That's what I teach my kids. Now, I have a 10-year-old. Okay. Very basic. But anyway, so, all right, let me just see what.
So everybody else is out there doing the work. This is just something that I came across that I thought was interesting.
I appreciate it.
What do you guys think? Anything? Because I have some stuff about Othram that I wanted to talk about, but I did want to post this, and Jay's not in here, but I wanted to post this because she mentioned it last night, I think. There she is. She mentioned Tricia being on with Eddie Van Halen. There it is. Yeah, it's probably nothing, right? Let's see. A DA called Mary Lacey, cleared them once based on mixed DNA.
Very loud.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I truly don't. Let me just see. Hey, V. Oh my goodness.
Okay, I kind of want to pause and go over to this other stuff, but
I do
that's
enjoy
my
this person a
ADHD
lot.
brain working. Let me know what y'all want to do.
Oh my God. What is your y'all? That image, ERFLA, holy crap. That
Thank you.
is amazing. You've won the internet. Okay, so
Total
let's talk about Othram for a
I
minute.
know, right?
All right. What the hell's Othram,
Did
right?
you hear Marcy? We
Well,
want you here.
and as
Good.
yeah, Tricia has a sound. Well, she did. God, there's so much, you guys. Yes.
There is.
But
I'm sitting here thinking about her dad and his alleged connections to the 3-letter government. Her mom, the British freaking intelligence. She's from intelligence, basically, which is kind of ironic, huh? Anywho, it's like, are these set up this way? Like, I kind of feel, and I'm just feeling right now, and I don't know what to call it. I don't know what to identify it as. It's not anything as of right now. It just is a bunch of weird things, and gut feelings, and then finding these things, hearing these things, listening to these things, reading these things. and then hearing her lie and, say, no, I've never been sued for that, and you're like, really? Wow. Yeah. Maybe not for defamation. I don't know. I don't know if she goes down to the semantics of it, the, letter of the law, whatever you want to call it. Splitting hairs basically, but anyways, but again, like Andy said, but it's so quick to have, we have Stacy basically saying, oh, take down their something about taking down their platforms, talking about us. Jolene, for just reading the public documents, listening to the public audio and video of Tricia's whatever you call it. I mean, this is what we're doing. That's all it is. And they misdefine, or they redefine things, and it's stalker is not the same definition for me. Same with the defamation or the bullying and the harassing, and I'm just like, what? But they don't ever acknowledge what they've done. It's like, oh my God, it's projection like crazy. It's really weird. It's really odd. Sometimes I'm just like, oh my God, I feel like I stepped into Alice in Wonderland or the Wizard of Oz. And I'm just like, oh my God, what's going on? Who's behind the damn curtain? Who is doing all this? Waiting on the clown cars to come out. It's crazy. I do. Let's just swing over here. Okay. Because I'm I want to dig. I'm ready to dig because what I just found is kind of interesting. Oh, I pulled up Lynn Packer too, because he also talks about the Balfe brothers, which, let's get that out the way. Hold on. I gotta open the right window. Are they down here? YouTube studio. All right. Hold on. There's 3 of them. And it's blue. I don't know why these are not blue. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. That's the stripper. That's the Utah Attorney General and the stripper cocaine allegation. And then we have OUR op-ed 10, Tim Ballard's secret plan, which is, then we have Packer Report 32 about the Mormon Church denouncing Tim Ballard. But it seems like I don't have the right one pulled up for some reason. Here it is. I found it. Last place I looked. Okay, so I have it sped up a little bit, but I might change it. But anyway, so let's listen to this little blurb about the Balfe brothers and Glenn Beck's connection, okay?
Trying to sell the Blaze, there was talk about it.
While Beck's media ship was sinking,
Let me back this
Nazarene Fund, often referred to as TNF.
All right.
Lynn Packer here with video op-ed.
Check out his belt. All right. Miss Skull and Bones everywhere. Skull and Bones.
Part 8.
For what it's worth.
The Nazarene Fund. Where have all the millions gone?
Not in my pocket.
The Nazarene Fund, often referred to as TNF, is among Operation Underground Railroad related entities being investigated by the Davis County Attorney's Office. It was founded by conservative political commentator Glenn Beck and later run by Tim Ballard, OUR's CEO. TNF's initial primary mission, aid Middle Eastern Christians and eventually Yazidis being persecuted by ISIS terrorists who were on a kidnapping, raping, extorting, pillaging, desecrating, and murdering rampage.
Wow.
That ISIS war had begun
Thank
15
you.
months earlier. So, how did Nazarene Fund get its name and symbol? When ISIS terrorists captured Mosul in 2014, they painted the Arabic letter N, which stands for Nazarene, on Christian homes and churches. It was a sign for Christians to convert, pay a tax, be killed, or leave. Pro-Christian groups adopted the symbol in opposition to ISIS persecuting Christians. A year later, Mercury One acquired it to designate its newly formed Nazarene Fund. A lawsuit revealed Beck was in financial trouble at least a year before Nazarene was formed.
Oh, good. I didn't
On
realize.
December 2014, Beck fired his former chief executive, Chris Balfe. Balfe's 2016 countersuit said, by 2014, Mercury Radio Arts, Beck's private umbrella company, faced immense cash pressures as services continued to decline, ad sales lagged, and deals fell through. He said Beck has driven Mercury Radio Arts into the ground due to his own erratic behavior, excessive spending, and mismanagement.
What's going on?
Between 2016 and 2018, Glenn Beck's money problems got worse. He donned a MAGA hat in support of Trump after opposing him in 2000.
So, I mean, that was interesting right there, where Balf is working for him. And then there was a lawsuit from Glenn Beck to against Kevin Balf. I want to say it was Kevin. I always get them mixed up, y'all. I'm looking in the transcript. But yeah, is there, do I have any mods in here? And can y'all check the chat or just let me know what's going on too, and I can straighten it out. Let's see. Let me back this up.
Reported that Beck's attacks on Trump in 2016, calling him a narcissistic psychopath, upset Trump's followers and was hurting Beck financially. He laid off employees. He put his $5 million residence on the market.
$5 million.
And he offered his private jet for sale. Beck's media empire woes were well publicized. The Daily Beast reported Glenn Beck's media empire implodes again. And when Beck was pressed,
none of this stuff meant anything to me whenever Lynn was uploading this op-ed. Okay. I mean, but I have consistently come back. This is in my orbit, travels. Okay. Where I circle back and I'm like, oh my God, it's the same movement. It's the same people. They work in lockstep, and it's interesting. It's effing interesting. Okay. In my opinion. But I mean, again, you have the people who created, CrimeCon and that whole industry where, we're going to watch it this weekend, this, end of the week and going into the weekend and, or over the weekend. And it just, we're going to become aware and be as fair as possible, and balanced. I don't want to be heavy on anybody. That's not my goal. I do not wake up every day and be like, I'm just going to be a bitch today. No, I'm just like, oh, I don't want to peel the layers back, because I'm like, I've learned in this process, at least, that when I do, I'm usually like, oh, kind of like it seemed like Jolene, when she's like, we just wanted to go on a road trip. And then boom, we end up like feeling like, it feels very crimey, very crimey and just wrong. And in my opinion, for sure. I mean, I was painting while, I was listening and everything. And I was just like, what is going on? I had like a aha moment, like, what is happening right now? Why is Tricia saying all these things? Anyway, so, I mean, it ties in with these different players, these different bad actors, if you will. Okay, who have victims in their wakes, real victims. My family's in their wakes. Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and allegedly Joe are in their wakes. They're dead. They're no longer here. So some people, like if Tricia and them are and their mods and Stacy, if they are really going to that level, instead of squaring up and just being open and honest and transparent, and instead of framing a crime, framing harassment, being a victim, framing themselves as victims, in my opinion, then they have no business, in my opinion, being seen in the public, space or whatever as advocates. No, they pick and choose, it seems. They have. And instead of like just being like, oh my God, I'm sorry, even when they totally, went 10 toes down for Lauren. I mean, I've never seen Tricia just be like, oh, here, Grayson, we're going to tell your story. What is this, Mormon Stories podcast, but non-Mormon story? What the fuck are we doing here? And what is Bizarro land? And I don't do chaos. I hate it. And they got a lot of it, a lot of drama. Okay. And they're full of shit, in my opinion, again. And yes, I cover it because I say in my opinion, Stacy, because that's what you do. Y'all don't ever say it. Y'all never say it. It's very fascinating to me. Weird. I taught myself, I made myself say it all the time, so I could try and protect myself a little bit, because I ain't trying to get murdered like, other members of my family. But anyway, so again, I circle back to these things, and it makes more and more sense every time I do. As far as the connections, between these people, allegedly, in my opinion. I know I get sick of saying allegedly, in my opinion. But yeah, of Red Seed Ventures, CrimeCon started in 2017, and you scooped that back a little bit. You had Operation Underground Railroad that started in November 13th of 2013. Right. And then you had the apostle and Russell Ballard behind Tim Ballard, allegedly, and some other apostles, allegedly, according to Lynn Packer's reporting, that financially, threw in on Operation Underground Railroad, which then turned into the movie, The Sound of Freedom, the movie Toussaint, or whatever it's called. Where I come from is Toussaint. And you have Chad Daybell's company, which is, we have joked so many times that Chad Daybell's company, made $2,000 a year or something silly like that. Anyways, it's just interesting to me that, whenever Joseph Murray, which is Emma Daybell Murray's husband, and her testified in behalf of Chad Daybell during his 2024 trial in Idaho, where he got the death penalty. And yeah, I find it interesting that they, when Joseph Murray testified, he said that he was like I forget what you call it, the director, I guess, the coordinator or whatever, to put all these things together between Chad Daybell's and Tammy, Spring Creek Book Company, and they're sponsoring the Rexburg Rescue Run in Rexburg, Idaho, the weekend that Tylee was murdered brutally. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. She was, I can't. She was brutally murdered, and this was a couple weeks before her baby brother, my nephew JJ, was murdered. A couple weeks later, the day before, or a day or two before her, when she would have turned 17. So a couple weeks apart. And so Chad Daybell's company is sponsoring Operation Underground Railroad, Tim Ballard's nonprofit. Oh my God, it's a whole mess. Organization that's, branded itself as anti-sex trafficking. All right. Right? Who can't get on with that idea? But they also are doing what Lauren and Tricia and Othram, in my opinion, Angel Studios, these kind of crowdfunding, whatever you call them. I don't have this terminology, y'all. I'm brand new to all this. As we go into this, I didn't study that. I didn't go to school for all this. I don't talk the talk. So I hope you don't mind my plain old English. But what they do is they crowdsource, and they create this like participation, armchair detectives for CrimeCon and these true crime, actual real cases. Okay. My family's case. A lot of you guys have been here for a long time. Again, so appreciated. I can't tell you enough. And then you have people like, in my opinion, a lot of these creators, whether it's intentional or not, to brand it this way, because you do when you come onto YouTube. I had a YouTube channel since 2017, I think. But I didn't know if you had an email address, a Gmail address, you actually have a channel on YouTube. And I was like, what? Anyway, so the kids were missing, then they were found. And then it just got to the point where I was like, okay. Oh, I was like, well, I just want to humanize them. Then I started kind of doing the live streams for, like the hearings for Chad and Lori. Anyway, so here we are this many years later. Where was I going with that shit? I hate that. I go over explaining. Oh, thank you, Railroad. So Spring Creek Book Company sponsors Operation Underground Railroad, which is weird for a guy who doesn't make money in the damn book business. I don't feel like we got an accurate story on that. Yeah, they were not my cup of tea, period. But there's some really interesting connections between, I mean, you had Chad Daybell, posing doing a selfie with, or taking a selfie with one of the Osmond brothers at a movie premiere based off of one of the authors that he published. That, and I'm just like, okay. And then I remember early on in the case that Chad Daybell was in the works with a director to make a movie. And then he pulled out on the deal allegedly. And I mean, thank God, right? Anyways, and I'm just like, okay, so there's more to this story, or I don't have an accurate read on it. Like I need to check it again, or just do a what do you call it? A probe. I don't know what to call it. Anyways, you have these interesting characters, right? So, and the weekend that JJ was murdered, you have the Firm Expo, the Firm Foundation, Rod Meldrum. Rod Meldrum is really good friends with Glenn Beck. Rod Meldrum is really good friends with Tom Harrison. Lauren's brother was best friends with Tom Harrison's son, the one that died. Lauren's brother that died, aka, I'm sorry, no disrespect, just that was Spermgate. And it's been reported to me that Tom's son was even at the side of Jameis, at the end of his life, allegedly, for a while. Like he, went to be with his best friend. And I mean, that's sad. I just want to get to the bottom of it. And I feel very like betrayed by Lauren for not disclosing such closeness of Tom Harrison. I mean, go back and watch her reports, listen to her reports, the band got together, and showed up on Mormon Stories podcast. I was there. A lot of you were there. Jody and Ruby were happening, I want to say, around that time. They're also connected to Tom Harrison. I mean, what are we doing? There's charges of a cult. And so Chad and Lori are the cult. Alex, I mean, this is the cult, in my opinion. Sorry and not sorry. And it's a bitch. It's a big one. It's hairy. And they hit you from all different angles, They swarmed around. It seems like that's what it feels like to me, going through this experience and now looking with the hindsight, right? Which is a luxury. It's a privilege, to be able to have that kind of, I didn't have that in the moment at the time. My parents didn't have that. None of us, Colby, none of us had that kind of insight as to what was really going on. Who was gatekeeping things. I know that, posts that I made on certain platforms were told by certain people to be removed. Yeah. It didn't violate anything. It just violated maybe their narrative, allegedly. Which is, it's like, what the fuck else is going on? That, you just you're not even aware to pay attention to these things. First off, you're going through the most shit fucking nightmare of your life. You're vulnerable. I get it now. Like I used to be like, I'm not vulnerable. Like this is how this works. This is exploitation at its finest. And again, I think that it really does benefit these kind of people who prey upon families in their most vulnerable, horrifying moments of their lives, going through the real life tragedies, not becoming part of the story or ended up in court papers, podcasters, sit the fuck down, Lauren. Sit all the way down. F you and your podcast. Allegedly. In my opinion, because it's off my family. Pain, suffering, kindness, underestimation of people like you. And I mean, I will spend the rest of my days letting every victim, family member know my experience with you and your piss ass podcast built off my family's blood. Tell your friends. Tell Vala. Vala Hawk. Anyways, all right. I kind of went off on a tangent there too. But for real. Because it's like, no, you don't get to do that. You, Tricia, or any of you other bad actors, whatever you want to call yourselves. I'm calling you an exploiter. You are an exploiter of everything good. Okay. You weaponize everything, in my opinion. Allegedly. You gotta, I don't know how often I gotta say that, don't know, because these people look for anything and everything to weaponize it, in my opinion, to, instead of just saying, oh, I'm sorry for being an ass, I'm sorry for calling Tylee a bitch. How about that, Lauren? Start with that. That's a good place to start. I'm not saying you'll get, you will not automatically get forgiven, but that's a process and you don't control it. That's the beauty of it. Okay. That's if you have a conscience. Allegedly. Anyways. All right, I'm shut up. So let me go to where I found that I didn't even go into it. That's how wait. I have a lot of windows open now. Tabs. Hold on. I'm not very fast. Othram. But where's the justice? Hold on. Where'd I go? I wish they looked color coded or something at least. Let me at least see what this is. So it says, justice for, so I typed in justice for all speakers, Tricia Griffith, and it pulled up Websleuths, new ownership, March 24th, 2004. So this is old. This is when Tricia took over. Let me open that up, share this tab. We're going to get the cooties, allegedly. Today, the domain, and this is again, March 24th, 2004. It says today by Tricia, the domain and the ownership of Websleuths.com was transferred to me, Tricia. I'm so grateful, thrilled, and humbled to have River and Pook, whomever they are, turned this over to me. I can't even put it into words. River has graciously agreed to stay on as an admin for the time being. Thank goodness. That must have been when they first came out with emojis. Just kidding. I have made this promise to River, and I will make it to you all. Websleuths will continue to operate. She said this recently, I think, in the spirit that it's been for the past several years. If I make changes, they will be minor. The rules will will stay the same. All of the moderators and admins will be personally asked to stay on by me. I apparently don't get her. Some people, you read some people's writing and it just don't vibe with you. And that's what's happening right now. The rules will stay the same. All the moderators and administrators will be personally asked to stay on by me. I will be contacting them in the next few days. And it says, there is no need for any type of drastic change. Websleuths is incredible, according to her. I want to keep it that way. Again, according to her, I will be in and out of town for the next little bit. Okay, big balla. I will devote as much time as I can getting to know all of you better. As soon as my schedule slows down, what are you doing? I will be able to get involved on a daily basis. I hope everyone will give me the chance to prove I will be someone who will work hard to keep Websleuths going and strong. Where's this, Tricia? However, I can't do it without, oh God, it already feels very meh, I feel a dry bag, going on. Whoo, allegedly. So it says, I hope everyone will give me a chance to prove I will be someone who will work hard to keep Websleuths going and strong. However, I can't do it without all of you. It's every one of you that has made Websleuths what it is today. I would like all of you who frequent the John Benet Ramsey forum to think about this. How would you feel if we made it public again? Proposition time. I am ready for whatever. If she tries to pull, oh God, if she tries to pull any crap, always some crap, huh? It might be you. I don't want you to worry about him. Or I guess, I don't know, her. I guess she is a pimple on the behind of humanity. That is so nice. I am not worried about Linwood either. I'm sure he's not worried about you. You probably have read all the posts on Freedom Forum. Freedom for Justice. Found it. What is it? Forum for Justice or something. FFJ. Don't quote me. He has never even bothered to contact us. Linwood, why does he need to contact you? I mean, is that normal for the attorney of John Ramsey and Patsy Ramsey to? Anyways, I don't know enough. I just don't expect any of the detectives to contact me. I'm family. You know what I mean? Anyway, so I can't guarantee you. He has never even bothered to contact us. I can't guarantee you that wouldn't try and pull something. I mean, that's kind of suspicious sounding, paranoia-ish. But I can tell you that this is an opinion forum. Well, I'll be goddamned. As long as your opinions are not made with malicious intent meant to harm, then the Constitution is on your side, Tricia says. Allegedly. Think about it. Let me know what you all think, okay? Oh yeah, wide open, huh? tgriff at xmission.com. Feel free to email her with any questions back in the day. Thank you, Tricia Griffith, from the Who Is section of Network Solutions, whatever the fuck that is, Websleuths.com, registrant, Justice for All Speakers, LLC, Websleuths 2, whatever, domain, P.O. Box, Park City, domain name, Websleuths.com. When is this? Same damn time. September 13th, this says September 13th. Oh, that's when she joined. March 24, 2004. I'm not very versed here. And so websleuths.com, not LLC, sounds like. Apparently, allegedly. I don't know. Hi, Tricia. Congratulations on your new acquisition. About going public. I won't vote as I haven't been around long enough. Okay. I'm happy to go along with whatever. Okay. This one says, expect a phone call griping at you about not telling me. Congrats, though. Is WY going to ban me now? She can't whoop me no more. Back behind the shed since I stole her whooping stick. And this is Seeker. Okay. It's your forum, Tricia. You change it however you want it changed. Opinions, right? Okay. So March. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. These things always get me. Thought you said you wanted your membership canceled. I guess the Seeker. I'm sorry. I asked the old owner once upon a time. She didn't do it. You're tough luck, huh? Laugh. Tricia, welcome and congratulations. I'm so glad that River chose you instead of some wacko to take over for her. Kidding, River. I know you'd never do that. By the way, I hope you never really leave. I'd kind of like it if the forum went public again, but like briefy, I'll go along with whatever. I think going back to this person says, I think going back to the public forum would be fine. This person said, awesome, Tricia. It's very cool. Woohoo. I vote for going public. This person said, forget the going public idea. The RST would love that. So I guess, fuck shit can once again steal post from here. So I guess they worry about people coming and stealing their ideas. That's how Lauren acted. That's how a lot of people who controlled the information and put it behind paywalls, like, Patreon. That's basically how Lauren, I watched it, built up her channel with my family's cases, and it is what it is today. I'm all about making money, I'm all about it. But I'm not at the cost of my family, not at the cost of our pain, not at the cost of the exploitation of that, taking advantage of us, still doing it because they're not taking accountability and they're just like doing this. They're like, fuck you. And then they're like, she hit me, that's basically the same thing that Lori did to Charles. Darvo, like a mofo. Okay, this one says, so the going public idea, the RST would love that. So fuck shit can again steal the post from here. Just how would Websleuths benefit from going public? If you want to attract more John Benet Ramsey posters, then create a second JBR forum in the public area and put a single sticky thread there, letting people know they have to join Websleuths to access the JBR forum. Oh, wow. Anyway, so this says, Tricia, I'm just the last one I'm going to read. Your post is incredibly rude, FFJ. And this was was this the same day? That she was going to try and do it in the spirit and da-da-da-da-da. FFJ, Freedom for Justice Forum, right? Has wonderful posters and we have fun. Hence the WY banning comment. You have just insulted a whole forum based on a few posts you don't like. Yes, FFJ and Websleuths are different, and I intend to keep both forums in the spirit they are now. Well, damn. There you go. When people tell you who they are, when they show you who they are, I'm learning. Listen, pay attention, and then bounce. Okay. If you intended your post to insult and anger me, you have overly succeeded, says Tricia. Anyways, all right, I got to read this one now. And then this person says, same day, if she cannot be, BEE, a winner, one becomes a whiner, and that's no chit. Sherlock. Okay. Personally, I love this space the way it is. My new favorite poster, Barbara lives here, and you know that I can never get enough Seeker. Really, it's my dream to ban her one day. What? Y'all some assholes. Allegedly. Congratulations, Tricia. I would like to see Websleuths go public again. It would attract more newbies and lurkers, which would help get the truth out. Seems to have the right idea. Let's go look at these bold letters. The person says, your post is incredibly rude. Uh-oh. Who are they talking to? How you know? You have just insulted a whole forum. Oh, okay. Talking points. And they put in my opinion. They're covering CYA, right? You have just insulted a whole forum based on a few posts you don't like. A few posts when people aren't posting a running commentary about jam skank. They're posting stupid little pictures for their own amusement. That's why most of the Websleuths people, including myself, don't post there. Yes, FFJ and Websleuths are different, and I intend to keep both forums in the spirit they are now. Great. Now you got the idea. Of course, that was the whole point of my first post, which you obviously missed. I get it. And they're just on her talking points. If you intended your post to insult and anger me, you have overly succeeded. They say, no, actually, my post was meant to let you know that the vast majority of posters here are not interested in the kind of garbage that goes on at Freedom for Justice, FFJ. If we were, we would have joined that forum. I thought that was pretty obvious. And then they put in my opinion. I kind of like that. And then this person reacted to that and they said, you have cast your vote. Why don't you allow the vast majority of others to cast theirs? Oh, wait, they have. And they are happy about that arrangement. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. You feel uncomfortable, Shylock. Congrats, Tricia. I mean, is she like the queen over here or something? Like the master wanted to have their boots licked? I mean, what's going on? It's like it's drama. Lots of drama from the drama. Tragedy pimps, right? Let me go check on you guys. I feel like I wasn't even showing y'all. Damn it. Narcissist. What's up? Oh, y'all, I feel bad. I'm sorry. You didn't miss nothing. You'd have had to put Vaseline in your eyes. Just kidding. Oh man, I hate people looking at me though while I read. I suck at reading. Sometimes for sure. Let me try this again. There it is. You're welcome. All right, so y'all didn't see none of the other stuff. Let's see. I kicked out of it on accident, hit my back button, and here I am. Okay. All right. Good night. Good night, Lamisa. Happy birthday, by the way. And not yet here, at least central time. Is everything okay over here though? I am way over here. Why? I am filming with a potato today. It is the new state of the art potato. They come from Idaho. So anyways, I'm just kidding. Just be honest and a good person, and good things will come our way. Exactly. My nose itches. All right. Let me try this again. I have to redo it because I've kicked myself out like an idiot. This one. Let's go here. So, what is that? I heard a little kid or something. Okay, so this says how much. Oh, no. The privately owned Websleuths LLC maintains a forum for registered users to discuss and classify information related to crimes, trials, and unsolved cases, which they try to solve. Tricia Griffith purchased the site in 2004. These kind of interested me. I was like, oh, shit. Okay. So this is from 9 years ago. All right. So let's go check that out if it's there. Oh, Lord. So Joseph Scott Morgan. Okay. No, I don't want any damn notifications. Damn. Facebook gets a little weird sometimes. Okay, so August 18th, 2016. So excited to be joining my friend Tricia Arrington Griffith. Griffith is what he said. Oh, Lord. I'm a slow digger, okay? On her exciting show. What the fuck is Flocka? That's some bad shit. Talking Phoenix shooter, John Benet Ramsey, face biting case. Flocka. Check out the link below, right? And it was on Spreaker. Please. Here we go. She got a cougar. Wow. Right. All right. Biography is coming with a smiley face. In the meantime, if you would like to contact me, wink, wink, please email Tricia, truecrimeradio@gmail.com. I would love to hear your suggestions. Where's her address and her phone number? She usually puts. Let's see. I'm pushing the button. I don't even know where to start. I don't know if I've seen these before. Kaufman, Mark Class, Doug Papa. I love it when you call me Big Papa. Caitlin Rother, verdict day, April 4th, 2018. Okay, bold capital letters. Adam Shacknai is responsible for the death of Rebecca, whatever. That is the verdict. What is this?
On the phone with us, we have Caitlin Rother. Caitlin has been so gracious to call us with updates during.
So this is before YouTube. This is April 5th, 2018. And so is this one. And this one's April 26th, 2018, April 29th, 2018, May 25th, 2018. Just seeing how regular she did it. July 9th, 2018.
This civil trial with the Howe family. And
a civil trial?
Caitlin,
Okay.
you were in court today for the big verdict.
She, because of her platform, this puts Tricia in the direct line for victims and their families, you know what I mean, victim family members, to find her especially with YouTube, especially, with webs, going between the two forums, whether or not Author owns them, you know what I'm saying? They do. She's still at the helm. And I mean, it's like boats and hoes. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm starting to get a little silly. Tricia Griffith show. I mean, that's interesting. That's the organization. I'm okay. Let's just kind of swing vines right now. Tricia Griffith show. All right, where's that? Like to hear it. Here it go. Okay. It's probably just gonna bring me right back. Yeah. Aphrodite Jones. I mean, they all run birds of a feather flock together. How come there's no website listed here? How come your email's not listed here? Categories. Anyways.
And I was surprised, I'll be honest, because I thought Adam Shacknai would be found not responsible when I heard how quickly
Oh,
the jury came back. And I don't know what your thoughts are, but if you could just describe the courtroom and give us the scene, if you will, please, of what was going on when those verdicts were read.
Absolutely.
Oh.
The verdict, I think, came to a surprise
Oh.
to a lot of people because I think they thought what you thought. In a criminal trial, when you have a criminal defendant up for murder and you get a quick verdict, it generally means that they're guilty. But in civil court, for some reason, people were thinking, and I talked to a number of other people who, you know, I'm sure would never say this publicly, and so I'm not going to name any names, but they, you know, they listened to all the evidence and they thought, based on closing arguments.
Okay, so this is I can't say the last. I don't know how to say the last names. This Adam guy is responsible for the death of Rebecca. That is the verdict today, and our friend Caitlin Rother, I don't know, joins us to discuss the verdict that surprised a lot of people. Thanks again to New York Times best-selling author CaitlinRother.com for helping us understand the, I don't know how to say it, wrongful death suit against Adam. We'll be talking with Greer very soon. In the meantime, join our discussion on Websleuths at websleuths.com and these effing tiny URLs. And I'm right there with Dream Feed Media. I'm telling you, there's something. She is obsessed, in my opinion. I've watched it, you know, for years now. Her just, let me turn it into a tiny URL. And I'm just like, I don't know. I even had it run through my chat GPT, but I didn't get to press further. You know, I had to go on something else apparently. But there's something. Okay. There's something that there's got to be some kind of traffic. I don't know. I'm not tech at all. This is just me winging it. But and thank you again for your videos, your whole, I can imagine for Dream Feed Media, okay, who wrote the obituary for Beth B, for Linda, I'm sorry, for Janet Wolford, okay. But then, you know, Tricia had like a hissy fit, basically. We saw it. And then didn't they take that video down? I want to say, I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But I mean, it was nice. There was nothing out there like that. I understand and according to Tricia, Beth B was private. I don't know that. And I don't trust the words. I don't trust that anymore. So I'm just like, okay. So it's like, I don't think what Dream Feed Media did or allegedly did, writing the obituary, it's not for money. So shut the fuck up, Stacy. Okay. That's the most ignorant thing I've ever heard. That is the most ignorant thing I ever heard. And so Jolene was sharing that like her mom, Nana, has written many eulogies. I mean, big ballin', you know, like what? That is so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. And it makes me doubt Stacy's credibility or claims of credibility, expertise and stuff like that. And I'm just like, just Joe Schmo. I remember when Joe Schmo started saying that he was a journalist, a reporter, and I was like, okay, you know, like that is Chad and Lori's doctrine straight up. It's published on Fox 10 News website, where it's, if you imagine it, is one of the things. If you imagine it, then it's real. And it seems like that's kind of what's being believed here and practiced. I mean, like, yeah, I'm saving that for CrimeCon time. But I found some nuggets, y'all. Not gonna share them today, but soon. All right, so let's go back over here. And I gotta fix my aspect. I keep making me widescreen there. I'm sorry. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Yeah. Okay. All right, so where'd that one go? Let's go back here. Oh, now we gotta go here. Never mind. We did. Okay, we followed that one twice. All right, we go back here. Right? You sick yet? And this one is CrimeCon UK. This was March 23rd, 2017. Websleuths is an organized and tightly moderated forum where true crime enthusiasts flex their investigative muscles, not the frontal lobe, in my opinion, and lend their insights to move the needle. Okay. Let's open that in another window. I'm going to open up a lot of tabs is what I do. Oh yeah. We were going to share this at CrimeCon time. So let me go back here. We're thrilled to announce Tricia Griffith, president. Is this the right Tricia Griffith? President and CEO? No, this is Progressive. She's like a millionaire, billionaire, whatever. That's this lady right here. Okay, so maybe there wasn't as much as I was like, what? At first glance. This lady, Tricia Griffith, American Business Executive and President and Chief Executive Officer for the Progressive Corporation. So not our Tricia. Right. Let me go here. That's her. Hey, look, Jolene, JoJo, and JoJo. She has been kicking ass. So very honored. I'm just grateful. I'm grateful. She was like the perfect person to unravel this with, you know, for real. The comedy is needed and appreciated. Anyways. And then remember, didn't Tricia say that she had paid a company like $8,000 or so to bury, basically, you know, they bury all your stuff at the bottom. 404B is what I call it. Let me look here. Uh-oh. I think I jumped. Okay, this is another one. Okay, what is this? Why isn't our tribe doing this type of advocacy? This is a year ago. Panelists include Tricia Griffith, owner of Websleuths, Alice de Sterler, a Dutch non-practicing lawyer, human rights defender. Oh, shit. I've been finding all kinds of shit. Just saying. I feel like I'm raw dogging Vegas right now. Just opening. Okay, which one opened? Damn it. What? Mm-hmm. Oh, is this it? I don't know. Yeah. What? Okay. Let's see what this. I don't know what this is. So I feel. Why isn't our tribe doing this type of advocacy and awareness? We live so close to the border. This is called, or Beyond the Case. These people, I don't know. Oh shit. Beyond the Case has partnered with, I don't know how to say that, Resort and Casino to bring an all-day immersive true crime event. Oh shit. She's there. And they're like swimwear. Okay. Allegedly. We have collaborated with some amazing speakers, true crime podcasts, and advocates. The convention will feature 21 speakers. This is the same thing, y'all. I'm getting major Firm Foundation, Firm Expo cover. I'm getting the same with, you know, Chad Daybell sponsoring Operation Underground Railroad while kids get murdered behind the scenes, allegedly. Same weekends as these conferences. They're fronts, in my opinion. I don't know what's going on here, but it just gives me this kind of vibe, okay? Not blaming anybody. Just brings back some things. Shit. The convention will features 21 speakers to include survivors, family of the missing, detectives, and a cadaver dog search group, to name a few. Attendees will also get to navigate a mock crime scene, because those are so fun, mingle with true crime podcasters, get self-defense tips from a live demo, trivia, and meet and greets. Tricia loves meet and greets. Okay. Overall, Behind the Crime convention is a place to bring awareness to unsolved cases. Yeah, let's hear about those stories. Learn more about advocacy for victims and families, and help unite a community. Sounds like they're really good at uniting. I'm just saying. All you know, Cooters unite, you know. It's the advocacy part that I'm seeing low. Not here. I'm just saying, like, that's what I experienced. But anyways, I've not done studies or, you know, gotten data. But this says, overall, beyond, I already said that, this immersive convention offers a multi-ticket options to choose from to ensure you have a memorable experience. Check out our website to get all the details you need. We will, trust me. Event duration, shit. Oh, shit. Look at the, oh, God. For all, sorry. Okay. For all ticket holders, the event will begin at 8 a.m. and run until 5 p.m. with a lunch break. The convention will continue for platinum ticket holders who will be guests to the VIP viewing party. Oh, it reminds me of Jason Mow's flyer. It was really weird. Anyways, okay. And this is an asterisk, there are only a limited amount of platinum VIP tickets, so get yours now before they sell out. Beyond the Case team. Beyond the Crime Convention, 21 speakers. Okay, blah, blah. They posted down here, I guess. I don't really do Facebook, but okay. Beyond the Case said, we would love to hear more about your concern. Oh, they must be replying to somebody they deleted, maybe. We would love to hear more about your concern and any contact info you might have for us. We strive to make Beyond the Crime inclusive, especially to groups who are often underrepresented. You can email me at Crystal, I don't know who that is, Gutierrez, I don't know how to say that either, gmail.com. Interesting though. But so let's go over to the site. I'm just digging. We're diggers. Okay. April 12th, sure. Albuquerque, New Mexico, April 11th and 12th, 2026, Saturday and Sunday. Beyond the Crime Convention. It seems pretty, is an immersive 2-day event that brings together true crime survivors, family members of the missing, awesome, detectives, advocates, true crime podcasters, creators advocating for the voiceless. That would be Lauren, right? I mean, just think, I put these things into perspective of like how it went down, or Nate Eaton, how he invited my parents, he invited Colby, he's invited Summer Shiflett, he's invited, I think he's gone with yours, and I don't know, that investigator from the Richens this year. But again, it's like creators advocating for the voiceless and true crime fans. I don't have a problem with this word. And I mean, call me oversensitive, call me whatever, opinionated, just, it's like follower. I don't really care for that word either. Like, I don't want you to follow me. I'm not here to lead you. Walk beside me and just be my friend. Okay. Like, I'm not trying to control you. Please don't try to control me. Okay. Let's just, I'm your friend. But I mean, the follower and the fan, I wish we could do away with these words. The fandom, the glorification of crime. I mean, without crime, we would not have these big old money makers, these big old meet and greets, these opportunities to network, and just, is there exploitation going on? Are the families aware if and when that does happen? I would say that's not really at the top of your mind. Looking for the warning signs. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is like I've had to like kind of barrel my way through all this crap over these years, just continue going. Well, there's nowhere for me to go and just be like, oh, okay, that's how it goes. All right. So, to kind of structure myself and how to deal with all these things. I mean, there's so many things to worry about. There's copyright. There's, people, again, using your family's photos after it goes off the missing flyer and they're found, if they're found. Okay. When does it become exploitation? When is it not exploitation? How do you know? What are the warning signs? What do we do? It just seems there's a lot of opportunistic people who don't have the right, they don't have the right intent, and they're good at what they do, which is to grift or to pimp the tragedy. I don't know. And I'm not saying these people. I'm just saying this is weird turn to some casino, and I'm just like, I've never heard Tricia talk about. I mean, maybe I don't know. I've watched a lot of her stuff. I've been, guest on her shit. I'm like, I cringe. I'm like, oh my God, no. But then I'm also seeing, oh shit. John Smith says she had the cowboy hat on a while ago. Old bat and a cowboy hat, right? Oh, seriously? Oh, that's sweet. Oh, Bo Boosh Roo. Seriously, American women are badasses. I believe the bullshit groups are trying to destroy legit free American women meeting up for free. Uh-oh. No charge. Right? I mean, that I just jumped into this conversation and I'm like, yeah. No charge, free meetup. Free American meetup. Fantastic. I wonder if Trisha has an OnlyFans. Am I wrong in wondering? And I also picture like the 1-900 opportunities. Anyways, all right. I'm just goofing around. How long have we been alive? Oh yeah, it's probably time to quit. Let me kind of clear I'm gonna clear my alleged agenda. Let's watch. I want to play this one again. I didn't realize that people would appreciate this so much. I appreciated it too. It's it provided by Google Gemini in a notebook, right? Where you can kind of build off of these. I mean, in my experience, I've got Lori, Chad, that case, those players. I say players, those alleged co-conspirators, named and unnamed. You've got all these moving parts, and it's like it's almost impossible to keep up with in my mind. And I think that's why I sound so damn spacey so many times, because I'm just like, it's constantly having to be filed, constantly having to watch people and keep up with what's being said, when they said it, how they said it, what they said it to, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, it just keeps going. And I'm just like, stop. But I'm gonna play this a little bit too. For those who haven't seen it, I've been inputting these things, that I grab these sources, putting them in, and it builds presentations. It builds this video, okay, to help us understand how these things are working. Because again, there's no hey, I saw with Jackie. There's no damn guide, okay? Not that I found. Anyways, it's just such a specific niche, okay? And I'm just like, what do you call this knowledge or this experience besides crazy? Okay. Anyways.
Creator goes live and announces that every single dime of your donation is going straight to a charitable cause. The system registers a tip, and in a fraction of a second, the funds vanish from your account. The interface tells you the transaction is complete. But YouTube's underlying AdSense architecture lacks the direct routing of a digital tip jar. It is structurally impossible to route money directly from a viewer's credit card to a third-party charity through the platform's native tools. The public is viewing a monetization mirage.
So that just said, it's impossible. AdSense architecture lacks the direct routing of a digital tip jar. It
is structurally impossible to route money directly from a viewer's credit card to third-party charity through the.
Okay. So when she says that every penny goes to DNA Solves, that's not exactly accurate either. So I believe that, in one of the road trip videos, I did pick up on when I was listening to it again, and I always pick up, you're going to pick up more. Okay. So when you go and take another round, just have another notebook ready to just pick up some more. Write it down, because it sounded like Tricia was going to say something along the lines of having to fill some paperwork out recently or around that I'm thinking with DNA Solves or Authorem. So I feel like they are, maybe, I don't know that, but it just feels that way. Like they may have, be the person on the Websleuths channel name, instead of Tricia Griffin. But it's like Griffith. It also makes me wonder why she goes so hard. Like, why was she writing it down? Okay. Why was she writing it down? That was weird to me. That was weird, because she was like, how much, Stacy? how much? And she was like, $10. And she was like, okay. Oh, I can't wait to tell DNA Solves. I mean, won't they see it? Why are you writing it down? It pins it for you too. Okay. Anyways, it's a trip, y'all. It's a trip.
Platform's native tools. The public is viewing a monetization mirage, a system where complex corporate pipelines are presented as simple acts of philanthropy. This diagram shows the assumed path of a donation, but money never travels a straight line from the platform to the cause. Instead, it navigates a highly regulated maze of holding accounts, internal periods, and tax gates before reaching a final bank account. By auditing the revenue flow of corporately acquired platforms, we map exactly how these structures use gross net discrepancies and payment delays to obscure administrative skimming, and how they inherit massive legal liabilities in the process. This corporate integration transforms a simple donation into a tool for tax management and public relations. Google AdSense operates on a strict payee profile system. The platform will not arbitrarily redirect a creator's earnings to a third-party organization at the point of origin. Every single account must be tethered to a specific employer identification number.
I mean, that right there, too. I mean, just take this into account.
Arbitrarily redirect a creator's earnings.
The platform will not arbitrarily redirect a creator's earnings. Again, I'm just repeating what she said.
To a third-party organization at the point of origin.
Not at the point of origin. So it's got to filter through so many things.
Every single account must be tethered to a specific employer identification number or a social security number for tax reporting. This creates an immediate mathematical trap. If a creator pledges 100% of their revenue, they still legally absorb the full tax liability. If the channel is registered as an individual account, the IRS issues a 1099 directly to that creator. Giving all the cash away doesn't erase the tax bill. To avoid that hit, the account must be legally registered to a corporate parent entity. If a corporation's EIN is attached to the account, the corporation is the legal creator in the eyes of Google, regardless of whose face is on the camera. This distinction becomes critical when examining where those funds eventually land. Sending money to a registered 501c3 nonprofit is a charitable donation. But sending funds to a private for-profit subsidiary, like a commercial DNA laboratory, operates under entirely different legal mechanics. Those are business-to-business transfers.
Yes.
So when a host claims donations go direct to charity, but the underlying tax profile routes to a private corporation, the audience isn't funding a nonprofit. They are subsidizing a B2B corporate enterprise. We can see this extraction clearly by auditing the math of a live digital transaction, starting with the gross revenue sent by a viewer in the chat. But remember, YouTube does not operate for free. The platform automatically deducts a mandatory 30% fee from every live tip before it reaches a creator's dashboard.
You know, I remember hearing also at some points in time, some people would say it's 45%, 40%, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if it's going up and down. I don't know. The analytics page used to scare the shit out of me. I'm like, oh my God, I don't know. I just don't even know how to read all this shit. Like I didn't go to school for all this crap. And anyways, it's gotten easier as the years have gone on. But I mean, again, math's not my strong suit anyways, but it's just interesting. It's like $30 of your, of our donations go to YouTube Daddy.
This chart shows a standard transaction.
And like Moments in Trading said that, and I've thought about this too. I'm like, man, they wait till a certain point in the month where they hold on to this money and that money makes them interest. Got to, So it's like, that's kind of how they also become, wealthier, in my opinion. Not just this one, but all of them. I mean, if our money sits in our savings account or whatever, accruing and, whatever. I don't know. I'm shush. Oh, shit. I really suck at this right now. Hold on. Let me back this up. Where are we at? Oh my gosh. I pushed L instead of K. And so here we are. Where were we at?
Simple acts of philanthropy.
Sorry.
This diagram shows the assumed path of a donation. But money never travels a straight line from the platform to the cause. Instead, it navigates a highly regulated maze of holding accounts, internal periods, and tax gates before reaching a final bank account.
60
By
days.
auditing the revenue flow of corporately acquired platforms, we map exactly how these structures use gross net discrepancies and payment delays to obscure administrative skimming, and how they inherit massive legal liabilities in the process. This corporate integration transforms a simple donation into a tool for tax management and public relations.
CooterCon, welcome to CooterCon.
Google AdSense
Mhm.
operates on a strict payee profile system. The platform will not arbitrarily redirect a
Oh, wow.
creator's earnings to a third-party organization at the point of origin. Every single account must be
Absolutely.
tethered to a specific employer identification number or a social security number for tax reporting. This creates an immediate
All right.
mathematical trap. If a creator pledges 100% of their revenue, they still legally absorb the full tax liability.
Mm.
If the channel is registered as an individual account, the IRS issues a 1099 directly to that creator. Giving all the cash away doesn't erase the tax bill. To avoid that hit, the account
Yeah, they
must be
make tons of
legally
money.
registered to a corporate parent entity. If a corporation's
Mm.
EIN is
Awesome.
attached to the account, the corporation is the legal creator in the eyes of Google, regardless of whose face is on the camera. This distinction becomes critical when examining where those funds eventually land. Sending money to a registered 501c3 nonprofit is a charitable donation, but sending funds to a private for-profit subsidiary, like a commercial DNA laboratory, operates
Uh-huh.
under entirely different legal mechanics.
Right.
Those are business-to-business
The
transfers.
loophole.
So when a host claims donations go direct to charity, but the underlying tax profile routes to a private corporation, the audience isn't funding a nonprofit. They are subsidizing a B2B corporate enterprise. We can see this extraction clearly by auditing the math of a live digital transaction, starting with the gross revenue sent by a viewer in the chat. But remember, YouTube does not operate for free. The platform automatically deducts a mandatory 30% fee from every live tip before it reaches a creator's dashboard. This
Okay.
chart shows a standard transaction.
That's a
If
lot
a
of
viewer
money.
sends $100, $30 is stripped away by the platform's infrastructure instantly. The remaining $70 is the actual net revenue passed into the payout system. This
A
exposes a
month later.
very significant accounting problem. If a creator claims that every dime of a $100 tip goes to the cause, they must personally bridge that $30 deficit. If they
Mm.
aren't covering that gap, they are using net figures deceptively. They generate false public relations metrics while quietly hiding the platform's cut. The deception extends to the timing of the payout itself, which clearly separates independent operators from corporate networks. Standard YouTube monetization pays independent creators on a rigid 30-day cycle. Money earned in April is paid out by the 21st of May. A
Mhm.
60-day payout delay is not standard platform behavior.
Yeah,
It is
Tricia.
the distinct operational footprint of a corporate content management system or a multi-channel network. Looking at the two operational
Multi-level marketing.
timelines, the top represents
Great.
the standard month-to-month cycle. The bottom timeline shows the corporate structure, extending into a dedicated holding buffer. Inside this net 60 buffer, the corporate parent holds the capital. This 60-day window enables intermediaries to verify the legitimacy of traffic and extract administrative overhead before the final dispersal. When you combine the 30% platform cut with the 60-day corporate skimming window, the claim of a 100% donation becomes mathematically and structurally impossible. The mechanics of financial routing are only half the equation. The corporate architecture required to manage these funds carries severe legal implications. This
Mm.
is Texas Business Organizations Code, Section 10.254, the statutory baseline governing corporate asset takeovers. When a private for-profit corporation executes a strategic investment to absorb and reorganize a hobbyist digital forum, the legal landscape of that community changes instantly. Under an asset purchase, past personal torts or individual debts generally remain the responsibility of the original owner. But once the integration is complete, all forward-looking liability immediately shifts away from the individual operator and lands squarely on the acquiring corporate parent. This shift alters
Awesome.
the nature of the platform's daily management. The acquisition changes everything, subjecting the digital platform to the strict, rigid operational controls and oversight of the parent company. Hobbyist community management becomes a regulated corporate activity, governed by formal fiduciary duties. Content moderation, user censorship, and community data access are no longer independent choices made by a forum owner. They are legally binding acts of the parent corporation. the parent company now bears direct statutory and reputational liability for any moderation rackets, terms of service violations, or unauthorized data access executed by its platform managers. Corporate integration provides a highly effective shield for financial harvesting, but it converts unregulated online behavior into highly regulated, targetable corporate liability. When we step back, the complete architecture of corporate digital monetization becomes clear. This diagram shows the specific areas of the pipeline intentionally designed to obscure the flow of capital. These opacity zones exist precisely to hide the extraction and rerouting of public funds from the viewer's line of sight. The entire financial infrastructure of these strategic investments is engineered for opacity, not transparency. Utilizing net metrics and delayed payment cycles provides a flawless public relations shield. It allows corporations to quietly skim fees and acquire data while projecting a purely charitable face to the public. But isolated liabilities rarely remain contained within a connected system. The integration enabling data harvesting creates a direct channel of liability for the parent entity. By absorbing digital properties to harvest data and obscure revenue, legally strap their corporate infrastructure to the reckless actions of their frontline platform managers. The financial architecture designed to obscure the revenue pipeline establishes a chain of corporate accountability for the actions of the platform manager.
And yeah, again, if just by watching these videos that are monetized, or if you make a donation using a super chat or a super sticker, all of our monetization money goes to DNA Solves. Now you can go to DNA Solves directly and make a donation. You can become a monthly, what they call a monthly subscriber, and the link to do that is right there in chat. And or you can maybe find a case close to your area and donate, and hopefully get them.
Right. This shit gets old. It is fascinating. Okay. It is. I think it is too. Let me share this with you guys too. This one's long, but this is the Websleuths corporate DNA surveillance machine, or we'll listen to a little bit of it, and then I'll go ahead and make it into a video like that one.
Imagine donating your hard-earned money and like even your literal DNA to help catch a killer.
Right, which people do all the time.
Yeah, exactly. You think you're participating in this grassroots, community-driven effort to bring justice to victims.
Yeah.
But what if behind the scenes you had just fed your genetic code and your cash into this this multi-million-dollar globally integrated corporate surveillance machine?
Which is a terrifying thought.
It really is. So, okay, let's unpack this. We are looking at a mass.
It's just like the informed consent, know all the things. These things I didn't know. We're learning, right? I mean, just about anything, everything. This is no different. Does not get a free pass because it's solving crimes and bringing justice to victims. We all want that. Don't get it twisted. Okay. Like I want that more than anything, just like you, I'm sure. But it's like, at what cost? There's always a cost. It's kind of the underbelly of things, in my opinion.
Stack of investigative notes and community research today.
Yes, a very thick stack.
Right. And it's all regarding one of the oldest true crime forums on the internet. And what looks like a chaotic, simple bulletin board on the surface is, it's alleged to be the front end of a highly sophisticated digital assembly line.
Yeah, and before we go any further into these notes, we really have to set some very clear boundaries. Because the sources we're exploring today, they contain some really intense allegations. I mean, we are looking at complex corporate tracking, alleged estate hijacking, and discussions of global political agendas.
Like specifically involving mandates from the United Nations, right?
Exactly. So we want to make it explicitly clear to you,
and
the
me
listener,
too,
right up front. We are impartially reporting the contents and the claims made in this source material.
Right.
We are not endorsing these claims. We are not taking a political side, and we are not making these accusations ourselves.
Yeah, just laying it out there.
Right. We are simply synthesizing the fascinating and frankly often disturbing dots that independent researchers have connected.
And that is exactly the mission today. We're going to follow the through line of these investigative notes.
Come on.
Yeah.
We'll start by mapping out the mechanics of what researchers call the corporate spider web. Basically the infrastructure of this DNA machine.
Right, the whole ecosystem.
Exactly. And from there, we'll examine how its ambitions completely bypass national borders, And finally, we'll look at the psychological tactics.
Which gets pretty dark.
Super dark.
Yes.
Specifically, the exploitation of real human tragedy that's allegedly used by the public face of this machine to shield the whole operation from scrutiny.
Well, let's start with the central hub then. So the subject of these notes is Websleuths entity.
Yeah, just a regular forum.
Right. But the researchers point to a pretty pivotal shift in late 2023. There was a quote unquote strategic investment that fundamentally altered the DNA of the website.
Literally and figuratively, I guess, because
Okay.
that investment came from Othram Labs, right?
Yes.
Which is a forensic genetic genealogy company, corporate ecosystem. Like if Othram is the factory, Websleuths suddenly became the marketing department, bringing in the raw materials.
That is a really accurate way to visualize it. Let's break down
Right.
the mechanics of those 4 pillars.
Okay, lay it out.
So first you have the factory itself, which is Othram Labs, and they process
The
what's called
loophole.
forensic grade genome sequencing, or FGGS.
Right, which is different from
FGGS,
regular
learning.
DNA testing.
Exactly. Standard DNA testing, like what you might use to find out your ancestry, amounts of genetic code from highly degraded crime scene samples.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And Othram is also developing something called
Thanks,
Othramos,
Keto.
which is an operating system designed to manage and analyze all this forensic intelligence.
Okay, so they have the operating system and the lab.
Intelligence.
And the second pillar in the notes is called the harvest. And this is DNA Solves, which is a private registry under the Othram umbrella. It's basically a portal where the public is actively encouraged to upload their personal genetic data.
And their money, right?
Yes, exactly. They crowdfund the financial cost of running these cold cases through the lab.
Sound
Okay, so
freedom.
the third pillar is the
Little
workforce,
studios.
and that's handled by a platform called Total Tree Call, spending
Here we go.
weeks, maybe months in archives.
Right, doing all the paper trailing.
Exactly. Microtasking breaks that massive job down into tiny bite-sized tasks.
Yeah.
So Total Tree Call uses gig laborers and volunteers to click through and map out these family trees simultaneously. It basically farms out the tedious labor for pennies or even for free under the guise of volunteerism.
And that
Yeah.
brings us to the fourth pillar, which is the front-end interface, Websleuths itself, which actually transitioned into the volunteer labor and really the empathy required to keep the other 3 pillars fed.
Yeah, when you look at the architecture of it, it operates flawlessly as this integrated
I mean, solving cold cases requires a
Is it skipping or is it just popping or something? I don't know. It's weird. I'm gonna watch the timeline this time.
massive amount of money, data, and labor.
True.
If a private company figures out how to streamline that process, isn't that just like a really efficient business model? Because the sources note that Tricia Griffith claims she turns on YouTube AdSense monetization on her streams, but insists that every dime.
Notes highlight a 60-day pay cycle
the
for the
hell?
channel's ad revenue.
Hold on. Let me back it up. 433. Let's try
Paper
that.
trailing.
Exactly. Microtasking breaks that massive job down into tiny bite-sized tasks.
Yeah.
So Total Tree Call uses gig laborers and volunteers to click through and map out these family trees simultaneously.
Wow, okay.
It basically farms out the tedious labor for pennies or even for free under the guise of volunteerism.
And that brings us to the fourth pillar, which is the front-end interface, Websleuths itself, which actually transitioned into the volunteer labor and really the empathy required to keep the other 3 pillars fed.
Yeah, when you look at the architecture of it, it operates flawlessly as this integrated
I mean, solving cold cases requires a massive amount of money, data, and labor.
True.
If a private company figures out how to streamline that process, isn't that just like a really efficient business model? Because the sources note that Tricia Griffith claims she turns on YouTube AdSense monetization on her streams, but insists that every dime.
Notes highlight a 60-day pay
I don't know why it's
cycle
doing
for the
that.
channel's ad revenue.
Ah, okay. I could actually speak to that a bit. A standard independent YouTube creator is paid on a 30-day cycle.
Right.
So a 60-day cycle strongly implies that a multi-channel network like an MCN is sitting in the middle.
Mechanics
Bing
of
bong.
YouTube super chats, which the researcher also flags.
Oh, right.
When a viewer donates, say, $100 via a super chat on a live stream, mission goes directly to a cold case, they would literally have to be replacing that $30 deficit out of their
Dang.
own pocket.
Which, I mean, that defies the logic of running a for-profit media arm,
Yeah.
tossing coins into a wishing well for justice. But the structural math suggests they're feeding a highly efficient, multi-tiered data machine.
Yeah.
And if the financial math is murky, we have to ask what this machine is doing with the data it
Yeah.
collects.
I don't know why.
Which brings us to the global
Weird.
mandate.
Okay.
The investigative notes point out that Othram's branding heavily leans on the phrase justice for all everywhere.
I mean, it sounds like a fantastic slogan for a
Right.
t-shirt.
It does, but the researcher connects this exact phrasing to an international, specifically Target 16.9, which sets a global mandate to provide legal identity for all by the year 2030.
Wow. Okay, so how does this true crime forum tie into
Allegedly.
Well, Tricia Griffith has actively participated in the World Justice Forum in The Hague.
The Hague?
Yes.
No,
The notes
no,
detail
no.
how Othram aligns
Whoa,
with the
whoa,
World
whoa.
Justice Project to position itself as.
All right, let me that's not right. So that could be the other Tricia Griffith. I don't think that's right at all. So I'm gonna stop it right there because I don't want to put that out there. There is hold on. Let me read. Shit. They're just what I'm trying to, or what I'm surmising, I guess, is that they just, when I read the Othram website, when you go and you look and you read all the stories, when you go over these things, what they offer, technology, okay, you've got the forensic grade genome sequencing, the KIN-SNP, rapid familial relationship testing, DNA solves, genetic database. Here's your outcomes, all outcomes, recent outcomes, the company, right? What's the mission? Forensics and justice for all, which is right. I mean, it goes with everything. Justice is not a luxury. It's a basic human right. Exactly. So is living and not being murdered, right? Not people using control and manipulation tactics to encroach on that. So safety is an expectation of modern society and can only be achieved when justice is universal. Okay. It just has the language. Okay. Not just right here. I've read it entirely. Society requires infrastructure, roads, bridges, highways, and so does the criminal justice system. At Othram, we are building the roads and underlying infrastructure that will deliver justice for all cases everywhere. And here are some stats they put out. I don't know. I've not checked them. I don't know. Othram's mission and context. So 250,000 unsolved homicides. This number grows yearly as more unsolved homicides are added, while only 50% are solved. And then 50 to 75,000. I'm sorry. I meant to say 1,000 up here too. Unidentified human remains / victims. These cases are rarely identified using the combined DNA index system, CODIS, alone. And this is less than 50%. Sexual assault kits do not identify the assailant. More than half of the tested assault kits do not identify a suspect. So it says from crime scene to courtroom. Othram combines laboratory science, software, and process to build a better and more robust infrastructure for justice. Othram's technology enables local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies across the United States and internationally to break through previously impenetrable forensic DNA barriers and close previously unsolved or unsolvable cases. Othram uniquely performs all casework related service in-house with the essential infrastructure and process for testing forensic DNA evidence. Now, I don't know if we got to that part earlier with Andy, okay? What I remember her saying in her presentation about Othram is that, and let me try and see. They had just obtained I don't even know what to call it. Residency. I don't know what to call it. In Utah, like May 11th of this month, May 11th. And it's like, okay, for what? What y'all doing? Why you're going to ski Utah? So I don't even know if we got that far in her. I don't think we did. I kind of want to, let me pull the transcript up real quick and see if I can pinpoint it. And we'll hurry up and do that. Okay. Utah. Ski Utah. Okay, let me share this one instead real quick. And so she looked up State of Utah, Department of Commerce, Division of Corporations and Commercial, whatever, Foreign Business Corporation, application for authority to transact business. and it's Othram Inc. Entity number, effective date, May 11th, 2026, and 2:46 p.m.
It's Nerdcore 101. So I was going through the state of Utah, and it's just a database. You can go on. A lot of them are Secretary of State. It happens to be state of Utah does Department of Commerce. You go in. If you notice the date here, the effective date, May 11th, 2026.
Oh, guys, sorry.
So this is a foreign business corporation, and all that means is it's interstate. So foreign meaning not international, but meaning it's registering from another state. So a foreign business corporation application to transact business in the state of Utah was filed for Othram on May 11th, 2026. Yikes. Huh?
Whoa.
Right? This piqued my interest.
They're not going to like us, probably.
It piqued my interest for a couple of reasons. Number one, we know that Othram and Spit and Spoge, as they're known, Jolene, thank you very much. Also, by the way, I have a sister named Jolene, and my brother and I named her after the Dolly Parton song because my dad let us. So anyway, registering in the state of Utah, they're foreign details. And again, if anybody knows Indy Cindy, she was pointing this out the other day, that the jurisdiction is in Delaware, DE. So this is where they're filed. Where they're registered as a corporation. But filing in Utah means that they're seeking to conduct business there. And we know that Othram, when it acquired Websleuths, it also acquired all of Websleuths' data, which ostensibly has got to be. I mean, it's got to be what they want. They want all of that data. Right? So it is registered. We're submitting it. And this is the other thing too. I'm not sure how I feel about this because that they got a bunch of federal funding. I know All Eyes, our Delphi goddess, alerted people to the fact that Othram has also gotten a buttload of taxpayer dollars. I'll get to that in a minute because that changes things from a public accountability perspective, in my opinion. Not in my opinion, but truthfully, it does. They need, I'll get there. So they are principal office, right? So Technology Forest Boulevard, blah, blah, blah. That's in Woodlands. But then they have a filing for a place in Midvale, Utah, whatever. I don't know if it doesn't appear to be a PO box. It appears to be an actual address. Right?
I wonder if Greg's around.
But what they're looking to do, and I've got to look into this further. We're submitting we're submitting a proposal to Salt Lake County to do IDG work.
For what?
Somebody that knows more about IGG work and medical things. What does that mean? Does that mean that they're looking to actually have a laboratory there? Why Utah? Why ski Utah?
Just curious about the data center.
Is it because the family tree stuff that they purchased, I think? And again, you'll have to go to Tricia, under Tricia. She explains all of this really, really well, and I just haven't had time to go through all of it. But, are they looking to set up a lab? Are they moving closer to, I don't know, the ancestry stuff? Because that is a very Mormon thing. That genealogy stuff that's kind of what they do. So they use a registered agent, whatever, who cares? So, I declare all of this is correct. So then they provide their Delaware certificate, whatever. So, but this date, right? May, isn't it May now? Yes.
Yep.
And this looks like an original form. Yeah, right. Are they in 15 states? Are they registered in 15 states? Where are we? Yeah. Retroactively baptizing deceased family members, cease and desist. I don't know. They're in like 15 states. Do they have, say more about that, Royal We, if you would.
No,
But I just thought it was interesting that it's coincides with, hang on a second here. There's also another thing. Let me pull this down, because the other thing too that was mentioned is that Websleuths was not.
They also are a huge sponsor for CrimeCon this year for sure. I happened to take a look, just to see who was sponsoring that, and Fox is one of them, and Hawthorne's the other. Another. I say the other, but another.
Registered after 2015 or something like that. And I came across, let me remove that.
So it was Justice for
Let me make
All.
me not so big. Ski Utah.
Longhorn.
The other thing that I found in my travels was there's actually
Robo-Shrew, yes.
registration of
patterns.
Websleuths, but under the middlemen's names in Utah. So give me a second here. Here we go.
Wait, when's it go?
Oh,
it's about to get
You know
cut.
what? We also have to talk about cancer fundraiser. Shit, forgot about that. Okay. Is Tricia Mormon? I don't know. I don't think.
Well, all I'm saying is, we did kind of not a deep dive, but we read a lot of information about Wild Bill Hickman, and it's fascinating. Okay, it's all just so fascinating and so connected because she comes from a pioneer Mormon family. Okay, whether or not she was raised Catholic or allegedly, it happens. But there's an interconnectedness of Utahns. And I actually watched a video earlier today about certain families in Utah have like the same, I don't even know the terminology. So just, they all come from the same interconnectedness. I don't mean that in a derogatory, like in incest or anything. I'm just saying I don't know how to explain it yet. So I shouldn't even brought it up. But I'm going to share this with you real quick. Oh, wrong thing. Wrong window. Wrong tab. Oh, shit.
Things like that, food and shelter.
That is wonderful. And I bet.
Okay. All right. Let's see if it caught up because I opened the wrong damn thing. Ready?
You can get job training and things like that, food and shelter.
That is wonderful. And I bet it's a beautiful palatial home. And that is fantastic. Megan, you mentioned one of your ancestors is in a very famous picture. This is, I'm not joking about this, you guys. I'm going to show you. My great, it might be third great grandfather is a guy named Wild Bill Hickman. Do you know who that is?
I do, yes.
Yeah. And he was my grandmother's grandfather. And my father said that they were not allowed to ever mention his name ever. That's a picture of him. And he looks crazy. And he was crazy. Absolutely not. You know what's so weird is he looks like my brother. I swear to you. It's just creepy. But yeah, we actually had the right, our big family had the rights to his story, and we sold it years ago to, I think it was Clint Eastwood, and I don't know if anything was ever done. He wrote a book called The Destroying Angel, and we have one of the original copies. He was basically Brigham Young's hitman. Brigham Young would one of, exactly. Brigham Young wouldn't say, Brother Hickman, I need you to kill this person. He'd say, boy, this person is just causing me problems, and boom.
It sounds like he dry begged. It sounded like Brigham Young dry begged. He just did it in passing, like, hey, this person's getting on my nerves. This person's trolling me, And I mean, she's not related to Brigham Young, apparently, but I mean, I don't know. I was like, that's a little fucking weird.
He wrote a book called The Destroying Angel, and we have one of the original copies. He was basically Brigham Young's hitman. Brigham Young would one of, exactly. Brigham Young wouldn't say, Brother Hickman, I need.
I've heard Alex referred as this destroying angel, angel of death or whatever. And so that's crazy that Megan just kind of said that, though.
He wrote a book called The Destroying Angel, and we have one of the original copies. He was basically Brigham Young's hitman. Brigham Young would
one of,
one of, exactly. Brigham Young wouldn't say, Brother Hickman, I need you to kill this person. He'd say, boy, this person is just causing me problems, and boom. Bill Hickman was in a shootout on West Temple, and he was shot, and he ended up dying from the wound, I believe, of his shot. But yeah, There you go. That's my one famous person in my family, Wild Bill Hickman, a killer. You know,
I
so
love it.
it's great. So I know you're
So when do you celebrate, their deaths and stuff? When do you fundraise for that?
doing a deep dive here soon on this story about the FDLS. Is it going to
FLDS
be coming up like in the next few days or?
Well, I was going to do it today, but I
Nobody cares. All right. So I was going to answer to at least my knowledge, or to me and my friend here, AI, the notebook I've been building. So she asked, why would Authram want Websleuths? Autham's late 2023, according to AI notebook, strategic investment in Websleuths was not about supporting a true crime hobbyist forum. It was a calculated acquisition to secure the public-facing infrastructure needed to fuel their private forensic empire. When you map the connective tissue between a for-profit biotechnology lab and a massive true crime community, and CrimeCon, shove that in there. Oh my God. That makes me sick. Websleuths serves several critical functions for the Authram corporate octopus. The crowdfunding engine. Authram's genetic genealogy testing is highly expensive, often requiring 5-figure sums per case, $7,500, right? So it says, by absorbing Websleuths, and this is alleged, Authram gained direct access to a captive donor base of over 240,000 members to bankroll these costs, allegedly. And okay, it says right here, financial dependence, DNA solves. Authram's business model for solving cold cases relies heavily on DNA solves, which is fueled by 3 things that Tricia Griffith's platform provides: crowdfunding. Websleuths, 240,000 members are the primary donor base for the 5-figure cost associated with genetic genealogy. And then community engagement. The army of researchers at Websleuths provides the critical attention. Authram needs to make their scientific breakthroughs newsworthy, which kind of this sounds like it plays into what Andy was talking about, her friend Maggie, who has been trying to, boots on the ground since her daughter was murdered, trying to get the attention of Authram. Okay. But again, and I've read this in other places too, where Authram needs to make their scientific breakthroughs newsworthy. And I think this is, in my opinion, this is just me shooting from the hip. Okay. It doesn't mean anything. It seems to me like by doing this and wiggling these kind of demands or needs in these cases, it's like forcing it becomes case law. And then, now Lori Ballo has case law. Brian Koberger has case law. And Authram has been, they entered with the Carla Walker case, So again, it's like as above, so below in a sense, because it's like, great, we want to bring justice to victims. And then on the other hand, you're like, but at what fucking cost? And then where's all this shit? Where's all this not so pleasant possibilities? Where's this at? Anyways, it's like there's pros and cons to everything in life. Too much of anything is not good. And so whenever you start to obtain DNA under whatever, I don't have the terminology for all this, but you can go to, like if my cousin goes and does the DNA thing, spit and spooge, right? Finds out who her heritage is and everything. And let's say we're 6 cousins. Guess what? I'm in there and I didn't consent. And so it's a lot of workaround. It's a lot of what seems like a loophole of obtaining it without our consent. And it's just wrong. You're violating my boundaries. Okay, sir and ma'am and Tricia. Okay, so critical attention. Authram needs to make their scientific, I already said that, Authram needs to make their scientific breakthroughs newsworthy, which in turn drives more funding. Volunteer data. The collaboration encourages users to upload their own DNA profiles to the DNA Solves database, a critical resource that grows Authram's investigative power. Power is money. And then Okay, so the shit. By absorbing Websleuths, Authrum gained. I already said that. Okay, so the data harvesting pipeline. Authrum relies heavily on DNA Solves, its proprietary database. Websleuths acts as the lead generation funnel, emotionally encouraging users to upload their own genetic data to solve cases. This is the same tactic, in my opinion, that Tim Ballard has used with the Sound of Freedom, and then the pay it forward ticket. And oh my god, the theaters, they're shutting down theaters, and they created, it's orchestrated, y'all. And your movie ticket, your money that paid for the movie ticket, and your good deed, on your act of random kindness, right, just went into their pockets. Okay. And that it does not solve or aid in anti-trafficking efforts. It doesn't save kids, because there's no receipts of Tim Ballard ever saving kids. There are, though, allegations, lawsuits. Some have been settled in, outside of court without, with anonymous people, allegedly. And then you have just a lot of fucking carnage. And it's like, at what cost? Okay, for him to get his rocks off. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I can't balance it out. Sorry. The data. Okay, so Authrum relies heavily on DNA Solves. Websleuths acts as the lead funnel generation. I'm sorry. So sorry. I keep saying sorry today, y'all. It was before I came on too. Websleuths acts as the lead generation funnel, emotionally encouraging users to upload their own genetic data to solve cases. This expands Authrum's borderless genetic registry using the community's volunteer DNA. The propaganda and PR arm. Websleuths functions as the narrative manager. Oh, wow. And propaganda wing for the laboratory. Tricia Griffith operates maybe as the PR firm, utilizing the undeniable emotional weight of high-profile tragedies to generate public demand for Authrum's technologies. This effectively disguises a corporate data harvesting machine as a charitable crusade. Commercializing community engagement. I mean, why not? They're commercializing and commodifying and all that stuff with the tragedies of victims and their family members, At what cost? At what cost, right? When does the sacrificing of my family members stop? Please, this is a genuine question that I've tossed back in my mind so many times, and I'm just like, okay, so how do you get a hold of this? Besides asking these kind of questions, I don't know, move the discussion forward. So to make their scientific breakthroughs newsworthy and drive further funding, Authrum requires the critical attention of an army of digital researchers. And they all think they're doing something good, right? And they are. And it's no fault of their own. Without knowing all the things that are happening, leveraging Griffith's status as the godmother of true crime provides Authrum with a direct line to the digital engagement necessary to make their surveillance technology commercially viable, allegedly. By vertically integrating Websleuths into their ecosystem, Authrum secured a powerful mechanism for narrative control, public funding, and data extraction, transforming community participation into a revenue stream for a global identity infrastructure. It just, to me, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know if it goes to this whole thing that Chad and Lori, the same thing that Lori told my uncle, that she was a god, that she was a translated being, that she was to lead the 144,000 into the new millennium and usher in the second coming of Jesus Christ. I've got, writing from lawsuits for Tim Ballard, against Tim Ballard, saying stuff like people that work for him, Sherston Stockwell, who said that, she was asked by Ken Krogh and Tim Ballard and Tom Harrison, he just won't go away, right? To meet at to go to Thanksgiving Point, Utah, and where Tim Ballard allegedly shared some spiritual experiences that he claimed to have. And he said that he allegedly had special intelligence into the second coming. And I'm just like, well, you don't say. And so, there's a point in my research where I'm like, to what point is this? I mean, I don't think Lori ever saw Jesus in the damn temple. I don't think anybody has anywhere. Okay. So it's like, just like Beth B's text, it's non-existent. And in my opinion, it's a figment of Patricia's imagination and an attempt to emotionally weaponize her audience. Okay. Because she even shared herself out of her own freaking mouth, like she does a lot, that she brought her Beth B's iPhone, to the AT&T store, and they said there's no possible way that the phone would just spontaneously, text be me to Tricia's phone. Right? We knew that. But I mean, she's still sharing this. So it's like, no, you did not see Jesus in the temple. However, if you say that phrase, others who are looking for like-minded opportunities to make it into this global agenda, in my opinion, the New World Order, in my opinion, through my fucking research, do your own. I'm sorry. It just gets aggravating. The second coming of Jesus Christ turns into something that's more metaphorical, and it's more of an ushering in of the opposite of what Jesus Christ would be. And it, in my opinion, I don't know what's going to happen because I'm not a psychic. I don't see the future, never had, or the past. Okay, I can't even see what I said last 10 seconds ago. But it just is a lot of the Constitution's hanging by a thread. It's a lot of dog whistles and in plain sight, basically, where you take part in the second anointing, like I believe Lori and Chad did. And with that experience, according to other people who have shared their, I mean, there's not much out there. Now there is. But I mean, within the last month, for sure, it's busted wide open. I dug that up. I dug this up in John DeLyn's archives years ago. Listening to Tom, what's his name? Tom, oh my God, I can't remember all this stuff. But he said that he expected to see Jesus Christ in the temple after, the apostle washed his feet. And where they had a room in the temple. They were going to stay the night in the temple. And you're like, what is this? A bed and breakfast? I mean, what's going on here? And so Chad and Lori were sealed together in 2018 before any of the murders took place. And if they were meeting, or if Chad was meeting with Julie, Tom Harrison in his Salt Lake City office, where he's a therapist, a retired therapist now, and then murders happen. Have y'all ever looked into mind control? Have you ever looked into like Charles Manson? Like it just these what about David? I'm sorry, Program to Kill. I believe that's what's producing these cases where they're weaponizing as a public, real people die. These are, when I say psyop, when people say psyop, I used to think like, oh my God, that's some sort of weird shit, till you understand it or till you get a good grip on it. I'm not sitting here claiming that I know anything about everything or everything about anything. I'm just here sharing my experience. Okay. I don't know. And things change. And so does my mind. And I think that all our minds should do that. Shouldn't be dead set and rigid and locked in on something. And like, no, laces out, basically like Tricia and her saying about the DNA being a red herring. And it's, if you know that Patsy Ramsey, according to Tricia, if you know that, if you understand that Patsy Ramsey's, wrote the ransom note, then that's it. And I'm like, okay, where do you go from there then? Ding dong. Okay, how does that, where's the killer? Like, unless she's saying that Patsy Ramsey is the killer. I don't know what she's saying because I don't think she knows what she's saying. She just says the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Never shows those results, I guess. I don't know. Not here to battle her or debate her or anybody really. In that case, I'm not versed in it. It just, sometimes people can see things as an outsider that you might be blind to or shut your mind off to. We don't know. And it should change fluently with new evidence. Okay. That's why I don't wall things off. I don't say, oh, that's conspiratorial. Now, I wouldn't expect it to be presented in a court of law, because that's not how that works. Watch Tricia try and prove that Beth B left her, a fortune or whatever by her fabricated, in my opinion, allegedly text message by a ghost, because ghosts do that. Beth B ghosted you. Straight up, because she did not do that. And you did that, Tricia, in my opinion, too. I don't even know. Could you not come up with a better one? Maybe one that could be proven? Because that's pretty shitty. I've had experiences. I don't bank on those for, they add to the rest of me as a whole person. The rest of my experience as a person, as a human being on this planet, to understand the world that I live in. We're given senses, we're usually, most of us are born with 5 senses or whatever. And I like to use those, but we are kind of conditioned, for a long time to not think for ourselves. That's where I believe Tricia and people like Tricia do all the thinking for you. And they just tell you, basically, gently, of course, subtly, where you don't really detect the manipulation. There's manipulation, though, in my opinion. We all do it. I don't intentionally do it, but we all do it. And so I don't know. It's just, but Tricia seems a little more obvious now that I can see it. And we want to believe people. Especially people who claim that they're, advocating and part of this Othram. Damn, it's the state of the art, brand new, or I say brand new, but one of the newest, I don't know what to call it. A global identity infrastructure, possibly. You can just kind of see the inner workings and where that's going, the language that's used. It's kind of like little nuggets. Let me open this real quick. Oh, this one takes a little longer. My bad. But I'm a comb through that other presentation thing that was playing earlier and just kind of, I got to vet it out. Okay, so here's the forensic breakdown of the Othram Management Network contract and how it functions within this corporate architecture, allegedly. While the exact legal details of Tricia Griffith's contract remain shielded from the public, her transition from independent owner to the manager of Websleuths TCN LLC following Othram's late 2023 acquisition reveals a highly calculated business strategy. And so what I'm saying from earlier is, with Andy's deep dive into all this, it's making me wonder, especially with the Justice Forum, the Justice for All. Oh, shit. Let's see. Here we go. Let me play this real quick.
She had, what's it called? It was called Justice for All Speakers. Mm-hmm. Justice for All. She filed this. Okay, let me bring it on up.
Bring it on down.
Justice for All Speakers. Booking agent for law enforcement speakers. Park City, Utah. Okay.
That is crazy.
Tricia Griffith. What? Ooh, 2002? So she was trying to become an agent. This, you will not be surprised.
Intelligence?
When you learn that this lasted about 2 years.
On accident?
Yeah. Justice for All Speakers. Okay.
That's crazy.
Booking agent?
A booking agent. Look at the handwriting, is horrible.
for law enforcement.
I mean, can't they do their own documents?
Um,
Let's read it. I'm just trying to see what this says. Division Corporation. Okay. TC 69. All right. I don't know. I don't look at
cover
these.
What do we think? Do you think that she was trying to throw everything against the wall? So this was in 2002.
Tricia to me doesn't seem the type. I mean, she was a radio DJ and then she broke off into this. Why? Oh, I mean, I'm wondering because I shared with Andy earlier and I did not know how to put it into any kind of, I don't know what to call it yet. You know what I'm talking about? Like that kind of, I have these thoughts and I'm like, it's kind of leaning this way, but I don't quite have a full understanding of what it could be, you know, and I don't ever lock in because how does that give justice to any victim, especially, you know, my family members and Tammy and Joe and others. If we force things to fit, if we force someone or convict someone who's not guilty, like I believe, you know, I won't go there, but you know, in the Richard Allen case, I don't believe, and I mean, again, as an outsider, I don't know the case inside and out. It just kind of appears really wrong and really forced, you know, with all the confessions that weren't, you know, they're just kind of hearsay in a sense, in my opinion. I want those girls to have justice. I want their families to have justice. I want my family to have justice. I want, you know what I mean? I want the victims to have justice. At the end of the day, I want the communities to have justice. Isn't that the point? You know, if we're just kind of spitting and spooging and just shooting from, again, the hip, you know, it's like, it is like the wild damn West. Okay, then it is. Yep. And then how's that civilized? How is that justice for anybody? If you're forcing things to fit your narrative or a prosecutor's narrative or, I mean, anybody. It just, I don't know. I just think it's wrong. And it does happen that many people are convicted and even put to death wrongfully. Sometimes it's too late. Sometimes we don't really know. They appeal. They have the right to. I get it. But I mean, at the same time that Lori and Chad were being put in prison, one being sentenced to death row, the other one to 7 lifetimes, you know, and she's happy about it, right? And then on the other hand, I had my brother who was in prison. I love my brother. And I don't want anything to happen. You know, like I didn't want him to be harmed or hurt or, you know, those things that happen in prison that some people may wish on Chad and Lori. I've heard it. I've seen it. I've read it, you know, and it's just like, I don't have that, whatever that is, where they're going to get whatever they're going to get here in this life and in their afterlife, whatever, you know. I don't know. Cause I don't know what, I don't know what the afterlife holds. If there is one, I don't know. And they don't know. Nobody knows, but everybody sure does pretend like they do. Okay. And so we can have these ideas, in my opinion, where we get dead set on these ideas for comfort because we just don't know any different. We don't know any better. Because we've been taught this our entire life. And so we just go with it. I've done it, you know, until you realize you're like, well, they don't fucking know either. I mean, none of them, nobody here on this earth knows, even the people that have near-death experiences. I don't believe they know, you know? Anyways, allegedly, just kind of an idea. So it's like, can we stop pretending like we do know and quit damning other people? And, you know, like, I understand that there's going to come a point where, and I've questioned myself, how far do I continue, you know, and I mean, I want to expose because I promised Charles, I promised my Uncle Charles before no, I don't remember, but, it was before the kids were found. And I was just like, you know, I had a dream and I remember him saying to me, you know, our deaths will uncover something far more dark and far more sinister. I can't even say it. Far more sinister. And our deaths will not be in vain. And I remember thinking like, okay, what could be darker? And I mean, hypothetical, what could be darker than zombies? God damn it. What can be darker than zombies? And then you find out. And, I made a promise that I wouldn't stop until everyone, those who have my family's blood on their hands was held accountable. And then I try to be realistic and not delusional. And I want goals that are obtainable and, achievable. So I was like, well, that could equate to exposure, right? I want these people to be exposed. I want them to have to answer and not to be more wolves among, in sheep clothing. Okay. We've had a fuck enough. But yet, if we're not actually getting to the bottom of these stories, the victim stories, where I believe is the only justice that you can really give a victim in this life after they leave it. Okay. Because it gives justice to their voice. It brings their voice. It brings their story, the real one, or as close to the real one as we can get. Not the prosecutor, John, or the court reporter, Kathy, or, Judge Juju Bean. I don't know. Or Jolene, like it's the, and that's where this stuff comes in with the cult and all these spinning of the narratives and all these people gatekeeping information, and they're just the know all be all. And then it's also incentive for monetization and like for people to fight for fame. Okay, it's really gross. It's fucking gross. And I watched this happen, and I remember thinking, "Oh my god, this is so disgusting." I didn't even know what to call it then. I didn't even know what it was. But it's the dark underbelly of already the darkest shit ever. Okay, I mean, what's worse than taking on someone's life? I mean, isn't that like the big thing? I don't know. Sometimes reading these sexual abuse cases with these children and how it's alleged that, ritual abusers, these generational elite bucks, assholes, they intentionally thrust this kind of abuse on children because it causes the mind to break. It causes the brain to break and separate. It causes parts in a person's personality, in their brain, maybe frontal lobe. I don't know all that stuff, but I'm just saying, like, it causes the mind to split because the child has no basis for it and they don't know what's happening. And so they dissociate. And this helps the child by the parent training and doing this kind of stuff, especially the ones I've been researching. It helps the child be more controllable. And that's the ultimate thing with these people. It's not always pedophilia. I mean, it's fucking sick. I get it. But it's control. And that's so crazy to me, because I see people like Jody Hildebrandt, Ruby Franke, Chad and Lori, Julie Rowe, and I mean Lauren. It just us. I want Tricia, and I'm like, I don't want to say it out loud. It's just like, and hurt people. They do. Yep. And it's like another way of infiltrating humanity. Okay. It's a slow drop by drop, what appears to be a global conspiracy. And that's what my aunt's murders uncovered for me, a global conspiracy. And it is fucking wild. And I'm still like, oh my God, what is happening? And I just kind of look at the temperature and gauge it, of like all these things happening all around. And I'm just like, this is so crazy. When I saw like our president had an AI on his truth, whatever. I'm not political. I hate politics. I never understood it. And I'm just like, huh? And now I understand why. That was my gut intuition saying, I understand how, it's important to some people. I don't know. Anyways, it just seems fake to me. It's just it's crazy. It just causes division. It causes us to choose a side and stand. And I mean, people lose family members and uh, they become estranged even and lose contact because they're dead set in their beliefs, just like Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell were in their beliefs. It's like, I don't want to be that rigid ever, ever, ever. And it's kind of scary, especially when you see it. And but yeah, when you see, I saw our president or whatever in an AI video from his True Social or whatever the hell it's called, and it was like a fighter jet, and it like went over a big city, and people were in the street. I don't even know how long it was. I mean, within a year, and it like dumped. It looked like it took a shit on the people in the street, and I was like, "What?" It's just like, ew. I mean, why don't you tell us without telling us? Why don't you just say it? They need to quit being pussies, okay? And I said it. And now I'll be punished for it by not being able to participate in the monetization of the algorithm of YouTube daddy, right? Anyways, let me shut up. Oh my God, all that just to shut up and to play. Sorry.
Could you imagine having her be your booking agent?
Justice for all seekers.
I mean, Lord Almighty, right?
You're supposed to put a line through a mess up. Okay? She scribbled it.
It just seems weird.
And it got cut. That's because somebody reported it for bullying and harassment. And that it was untrue because you just watched it. We just watched it because it came back up. So if it is who we think it is, Stacy, I mean, if you're inciting it, if you're I don't know what you're doing over there. I just know what I saw. Alleged screenshots with comments saying, might be seeing it soon. I mean, what do you get from that? Can we come to some verbal resolution? No, I don't know. I heard that in a movie one time. But I mean, really, I wasn't conspiratorial or pattern finding or whatever the freaking word you use every fucking time. Get a new argument, okay? Time for a new one. Time for a new pattern. I mean, and how come none of this was a problem, with me or being around me or associating with me or, having me on to, promote the end of the world again fundraiser? You're not doing any justice for my family members. I don't understand how they justify this in their minds. Like they'll be like, oh, we can never forget about Tylee and Charles and Tammy and Joe and JJ, and I'm like, right? How would you forget them? Like, I don't understand. And trust me, I'll never let that happen not as long as I'm alive, not on my watch. So it's like, I feel like it was a manipulation. But I heard it the other night, whenever Tricia claimed that she was good looking for a different, charity. Okay, good. But I'm also like, okay, no, who? So I can, oh my God, it's like warn. I just want to warn people because they're dangerous, in my opinion. They are users, in my experience. They have completely stabbed us in the back. And they support people who are okay with putting Christina in jail, in prison for decades. And it doesn't, I don't look at, like, yes, it's important that Christina's a mother and a wife. And I mean, she's a human, right? Basic human being. Like, that's a basic right. And here we are, just okay with weaponizing the system as long as you get to look. I guess you think you look okay, Lauren. You don't. Ugh. The body keeps the score, hun. The body, and I don't mean that in a mean way. Like, it really does. I can see. I'm like, oh my God, you can see it. It's her face, her body. She carries herself differently. she has a different look. It's concerning to me. She looks dissociated, and that's what it looks like. I don't know. I'm not in her body. Wasn't there. Thank God. It just is concerning as well. I don't want anything bad to happen to Tricia, to Stacy, to their moderators, to anybody affiliated or associated with them, business and or not. Greg, please. We know you have a frontal lobe. I know you do. I just feel it. And she just, in my opinion, needs help, much like Lori needed help. But whenever Charles tried to approach her with Adam, apparently, that was just not in the cards. That was not an option for that intervention to ever take place, for Lori's temple recommend to be taken away. And I'm looking at you, Bishop Gabe Bonilla. You had the fucking authority, the right. You had the ability to take that away if it would have helped. Don't know. I don't know. Just saying. You have a responsibility. You have to be accountable for your actions, just like I have to. Everybody does. And we need to hold each other accountable. It's really, it's like a love. It is, you know, and I'm just like, I wouldn't mess with these people if I didn't care. And I don't want it to hurt other people. It doesn't have to hurt. They don't have to hurt other people. But they have got to realize their shit. I've got to realize when I hurt people. You know, like it just cannot keep doing this. And I feel for them. You know, like Lori and Chad, for example, you know, they thought they were exalted, y'all. Can you imagine waking up in a jail cell every day in prison? Not ever, you know, no one was murdered here. And you're like, are you okay? Because there were a lot of people murdered here. You know, I don't know which personality. I don't know. It just, I don't know. It's just very cult minded thinking. And if Lori even wants to get to the root cause of her issues that she chose and still chooses, by not acknowledging and recognizing the fact that she murdered her kids, her husband, Chad's wife, and I don't know about anybody else, Joe, I'm sure, I feel, allegedly. Really, a lot of strong indicators going there. It bothers me. And, you know, in order to do that, she would have to come out of her fucking delusions. And it's like, can you imagine? I don't want to, because that's a choice I make every day, not to freaking kill everybody. Right? I mean, it's like, what the fuck? But we also have to factor in the mind control factor that people think the government stopped doing, allegedly. And this has been the most like eye-opening part for me is, okay, that was like decades ago. Where are they at in this? How, oh my God, how do we know? What does it look like? Does it look like a transcript out of, you know, a lawsuit filed against Tim Ballard of Tom Harrison doing a session of ketamine treatments with Tim Ballard, allegedly, you know, and there's this script that's read and it has these trigger words, these keywords that I've recognized in Julie Rowe. Freedom. I've recognized that in Charlie Kirk. Freedom. Julie Rowe's voicemail. Freedom on the forefront. I mean, even Charles Manson was going to usher in whatever, something about the 144,000, but I think it was like Smurfs or something, right? It's gross. But I mean, it's been going on. So I think that's why my family's case made mainstream, made it high profile. I think that those that involved occult crimes, there's juries out on that because people can't even agree that ritual abuse freaking exists. And so I'm like, wow, we're still there. So I'm moving past that point because I'm not going to entertain that shit anymore. Like, if you want to stay there, that's up to you. All right, thanks. You know, just stay away from my kids. All right. And yeah, don't be making decisions for where I live, because I don't want to put my kids around all this, because that's the problem. We put them in harm's way, and then we try to hold them accountable. And then, there's just systems put into place, people put into place allegedly, and they're usually connected. I don't know. That's my opinion for right now. All right, let me shut up. But I mean, I really do. I think that occult crimes they're everywhere. Okay. It doesn't take away the person lost their life. Whether it was a sacrifice, a murder, it's the same thing, but one is, well, I say one, it's gross. It's like this ritual element that people leave out a lot, or make fun of people who try to bring it out. I've seen so many people from afar in the Delphi case try to bring up the runes and stuff, and I don't pretend to know, but I just recognize so many things from what I found out and learned and researched and saw in court, that people just don't call it that. They don't call it ritual killings or mercy killings or angels of death, Grandpa Wild Bill Hickman, angels of death, just real henchmen. Okay. Real henchmen of real prophets of real people. And that just happens to be what runs through Tricia's veins. And she's like, good. Hello, true crime, darling angels. And I'm just like, oh my God, I want out. I want out. I want this right here. Nope. I don't want anything to do with it. Anyway, just, we have to get over this shit. Oh yeah. Wait. Oh yeah. I remember that. Look, I've been running through those too. They're all going to CrimeCon, and that's fine. I just want to make sure that Christina, Janice, Lindsay, their crossbody. It's hard. Where do I go? Who else, y'all? I forget. Oh, I don't think Liz is going. LIZ. Dental Lori. Sorry, Dental Lori. All our girls. Jay, Dolly, everybody that's going to CrimeCon. It's like a double-edged sword, because I want to learn more and everything I can about CrimeCon, its owners. Follow the money. It's a smart thing to do in anything. Tricia raid. What? Oh, Crusher raid. No, I'm kidding. No. Well, come on in. Close your legs. Holy shit. I gotta go watch that now. Y'all. Look, this says nope. Anyways, welcome in. So what y'all been doing? Learn about dry begging, some more not accepting responsibility. Look, I'm about to look rough. Woo! I'm way down here now. Welcome in. We've been learning about Othram, because we just couldn't wait to learn about DNA, right? Because it's so fun. But here we are, learning how they're doing weird shit. Anyway, so it is what it is. I just don't want to die. I don't want to be murdered. These people are fucking weird. So welcome in. We heard Tricia Fort live. Oh my God, stop. Yes. Or was it her tummy? She looks like she's not been eating. Let me share this real quick. Since y'all are here. It's something, hopefully I edited. Hopefully. Edited. It's very boring. I like the black and white. I don't like doing all the designs. It messes with the words.
The origins of Red Seat Ventures.
It's
the
only 5
Glenn
minutes.
Beck connection. Red Seat Ventures was founded in 2015 by Chris Balfe and Kevin Balfe. To understand the operational DNA of CrimeCon, one must examine the professional genesis of the Balfe brothers. Both brothers served as high-level executives at The Blaze, the conservative media network founded by Glenn Beck. Chris Balfe served as CEO of The Blaze, while Kevin Balfe was instrumental in its operations. This lineage is critical because it establishes that the architects of CrimeCon originated from a media environment focused on political polarization, the cultivation of parasocial relationships with audiences, and the monetization of ideological outrage. However, the relationship between the Balfs and Beck ended in litigious rupture that exposes the high financial stakes of this media model. In 2016, Glenn Beck and his production
Big
company,
time.
Mercury Radio Arts, filed a lawsuit against Chris Balfe, alleging breach of contract, fraud, and general mismanagement. The lawsuit was not a minor dispute. It claimed that Balfe's compensation exceeded $13 million between 2009 and 2014, a figure that underscores the immense profitability of the anger and anxiety industry. Furthermore, Beck accused Balfe of deliberate mismanagement that harmed the company and of fraudulently causing Mercury to sign an unnecessary lease, creating a $20 million liability for a floor at 5 Bryant Park in New York City.
So anything you do from here on out is.
Uh-oh, what is that? Where's it at?
And so anything you do from here on out is, whatever you want to do.
What is that?
I want to clear up some.
Where is that playing? Is it playing behind here? It was Tricia's voice. That's weird.
And Allie, I am not upset with you,
Oh.
Allie B from Tennessee. Not upset.
I forgot I did this. This is back when Tricia was like, oh, yeah. And, denial. Ready?
At all. I'm upset that this bullshit is going on out there. The Mormons do not run CrimeCon. It's owned by Fox now. Is it Fox Digital?
Where'd that go? What? No, nothing happened. This is my Google Photos. Okay, I'm just saying. Don't forget. Let me just refresh it. Oh, God dang. Right? I'm still on here. But, okay. I'm still on here. Allegedly. All right. It does have the same kind of screen. All right. Let's try it. Where'd it go? Play. It just gets a little testy. I have a lot of tabs open too, so. Come on, give me my bar. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my gosh. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh yeah, here's this too. Oh wow, we're right here. Tricia plans to offer John Ramsey money for an interview at CrimeCon in Denver. This is as of last year. She's claimed she's not gonna. Well, of course, I don't think he's going to CrimeCon this year. But anyways, she intends to ask him this question during a meet and greet session. So this is before she even went to CrimeCon. This was a plan ahead. Okay, actually, yeah. Tricia plans to offer John Ramsey money for an interview at CrimeCon in Denver. So this was before she even left to go to the CrimeCon to meet him at the meet and greet. She intends to ask him this question during a meet and greet session scheduled for Saturday at 10:20 a.m. And there's timestamps for that. The video states that the host, Tricia Griffith. So how will they approach John Ramsey is what I asked. The video states that host Tricia Griffith plans to approach John Ramsey at CrimeCon to offer him $10,000 to participate in a live 10-question interview on her YouTube channel. She notes that he would be able to see the questions beforehand, and the money could be kept by him or donated to a cause of his choosing. Because she just got it like that, right? 10 G's. Hey, hey, I need 10K. I just don't have it. Dry bag, right? I made a video. Is this it? Where they bust out in the Macarena. Let's see if this little nugget will play again. I like using their own words. I do. I mean, I'm sorry, y'all. All right, that's my cue. That's my cue to leave and shut it down. Been 4 hours and 43 minutes, right? Wonder how she got that, right? She didn't, because she didn't. No. Because, yeah, she didn't have a Q&A with John. We'd all know about it if she did, trust me. At least I think so. Let me try and do something real quick. Now it would be JJ's 14th birthday. And okay, yeah, I thought maybe it would get easier, but no. Let me type this in real quick and we'll end on JJ and Tylee video to pay a tribute to their JJ's loss, but their loss, all of them. Hold on just a second. I went to do this earlier and sidetracked. Let's see. Thank you for your patience. I wish I had some music or something, but I don't. I need to program my Stream Deck Mini. Okay, those are live streams. Videos. What is this one? I have a couple of them, but I just don't know what kind of music. And I can change it, And this is one that I think Donna and them had made. My mods had made. So I'll play it, I think. Okay, no, it's by Carrie Ann. But it was redone by Donna. I want to say Trace on the Case. Before she then called me it finally played in the other window, y'all. Hold on. Oh my God. You see it? It started out of nowhere. 2015 by Chris Balfe and Kevin Balfe. To understand the operational DNA of CrimeCon, one must examine the professional genesis of the Balfe brothers. Both brothers served as high-level executives at The Blaze, the conservative media network founded by Glenn Beck. Chris Balfe served as CEO of The Blaze, while Kevin Balfe was instrumental in its operations. This lineage is critical because it establishes that the architects of CrimeCon originated from a media environment focused on political polarization, the cultivation of parasocial relationships with audiences, and the monetization of ideological outrage. However, the relationship between the Balfes and Beck ended in litigious rupture that exposes the high financial stakes of this media model. In 2016, Glenn Beck and his production company, Mercury Radio Arts, filed a lawsuit against Chris Balfe, alleging breach of contract, fraud, and general mismanagement. The lawsuit was not a minor dispute. It claimed that Balfe's compensation exceeded $13 million between 2009 and 2014, a figure that underscores the immense profitability of the anger and anxiety industry. Furthermore, Beck accused Balfe of deliberate mismanagement that harmed the company and of fraudulently causing Mercury to sign an unnecessary lease, creating a $20 million liability for a floor at 5 Bryant Park in New York City.
So anything you do from here on out is...
It'll play.
And so anything you do from here on out is, whatever you want to do.
Wow. I want to clear up something. And Allie, I am not upset with you, Allie B from Tennessee, not upset at all. I'm upset that this bullshit is going on out there.
Got a potty mouth.
The Mormons do not run CrimeCon. It's owned by Fox now. Is it Fox Digital, Stacy? I can't remember.
Fox Corporation owns it. Yeah.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with Mormons. That is bull. It's crap. Do not believe it.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Here we go.
Fox Corporation owns the Red Seat Ventures. They bought all that out. So now they own CrimeCon.
And Red Seat Ventures was not Mormon. So please, when you hear this conspiracy crap like that,
it's conspiracy. Yes,
that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And actually, we're going to talk about that a little bit later on. So thank you, Allie B, for bringing it up. I appreciate it. So there we go. And Megan, thank you for explaining all of this because I'm lost. I don't know. Understand.
I also just want to qualify and say, I don't know everything that there is to
You
know.
do.
As certainly not, I don't know everything about any one topic at all. So I'm not trying to hold myself out here as some infallible expert. I
What?
hope people understand that. I don't, I only can speak about my own experiences and the things that I personally have researched and witnessed. So I just want people to know, there's still a lot about this organization that I don't know.
She's
I
still got the
understand.
research to do.
And Allie B, I was, again, as I prefaced it, I was not angry at you at all. I am really glad you asked that question. So
Mhm.
thank you. And
Love it.
again, I'm angry at the misinformation. So please believe that, Allie B from Tennessee. We love you. We love you, my darling. So yeah, it's misinformation makes me angry. So, and
Right.
Megan, you froze for a little bit. So I think you had
Oh,
a
sorry.
near-death experience. Just be ready. Okay.
I do feel a little bit, like I'm downloading something.
You're dead. Something's coming. Yeah. And you're going to feel a lot fresher. You're dead. Something's coming. Yeah. And you're going to feel a lot fresher, just like a summer's evening, you'll be fresh, just like a summer's evening, you'll be fresh.
Oh, watch out for that third nipple. Oh, watch out for that third nipple.
Yeah. Watch out. Yeah. Watch out. Don't show it to your partner. Whatever you do, whatever you do.
Inside
Whatever
story
you do,
there.
whatever you do. So anyway, we do have another question here from Tangled Cords 911.
Mm-hmm. We see you. We see you. The cues are sagging. Mm-hmm. It is freaking scary to me. Just that I just want you to get into the thinking about how and to what levels Tricia has appeared to confront John Ramsey. It's scary. It freaked me out. Okay, it really did, because then she obtains access to potential people. Whether look, I have my own ideas. Okay, but I'm not the police. He's never been charged. It's not my job. It's none of my business. Okay, so I see my way out of it. Right, like I understand, but we have to also respect the boundaries that are put into place morally, legally. I mean, just respectfully, because that's how we want to be treated. That's how I want to be treated. That's how I want my brother to be treated. I want Chad and Lori to be treated that way. It took a long road to come to this understanding. Like, oh my God, it's not fair. They get all the rights while the victims are not breathing. They're not here. They can't talk. So it's like, you have to. It's a long process. It was for me, because I'm like, this is effed up. They have more rights, and of course they do, and that's part of murder. Murder's messy. Nothing pretty about it. It's kind of meant to have that weight and severity. It's life ending. It's life altering. It's life changing, and it's also for the victims who are alive, who have to shoulder the burden. But then you run across asshats like Tricia, in my opinion, and Megan and Lauren, and they're everywhere. Okay, the exploitation is real, and it doesn't stop once the victims, are no longer here. Once they're found, it does not stop. It's for somebody's agenda, to get in the headlines. I just want them to be remembered, and just for people to realize that they were human. Their lives meant, they meant something. They meant a lot of things to us, to people that ran across them in their daily lives, in school, at work, at church, everywhere. They're missed terribly. And I can't believe my nephew would be 14 today. Like, I realized earlier, anyways, I realized earlier that he, he was so little, and it's been that long even. And I was there when he was born. I was at the hospital. And I didn't think he was going to make it because he was born premature. He had drugs in his system. He was in NICU, wires coming out of him everywhere. And he's so tiny. Like, I don't even know. It's like a freak of nature in that sense, because it's like, we're just, like it's a miracle. And I just remember wondering in my own mind, I didn't speak it out loud, but I'm just like, oh my God, he's got, he's fighting. He's a fighter. And so I watched my nephew fight to make it into this world. And then in the evidence and the trials, I also learned that he fought being forced out of this world. And it's just heartbreaking. And him, Tylee, Charles, Tammy, Joe, and any other murdered victim out there, they don't deserve this. And so a lot of what drives me through all this is if they had to endure what they had to endure, and I don't even know the percentage of it. I have no idea. I just kind of have some. And I have to say that their last moments in my mind of how I see them playing out, or, according to the evidence and things that have come out, that is what haunts you. Just wondering. And I can't imagine being a family member and still, like them never being found. Oh my God. Like, that's, I can't even wrap my head around that. So that's just, my heart goes out to people, parents, family members who still haven't found their loved ones. Even the ones who are, finding their killer because of DNA solves, because of Othram, because of Websleuths. I want that. I want justice to be served and found. I want justice for the victims. I just want to look at what cost. What is this costing us who are living? What are they not being honest about, or upfront? I won't say dishonest, but upfront, informed consent. Like, hey, do you know by doing this, it triggers this, you're actually, it's just kind of like the little disclaimers hiding behind every time, our iPhone or our phones update. And we're just like, yeah. I do. I agree. I mean, we just click on because we just want to get through it faster or whatever. But I mean, we don't know what we're agreeing to. And that's kind of freaky. But, he was such a cutie. All right. I'm going to play this. It's long.
For Carrie Ann. She wrote this and dedicated it to JJ. I may have never been able to have had the chance to meet you in person, to laugh with you, to play with you, or to be your audience on a 5-gallon bucket with Mama and Papa's wooden spoons.
Oh, I have
These last 4 years I've had the chance to get to know you, and I have also had the chance to get to watch you grow up through the love of your Mama and Papa and your Aunt Tricia telling us stories about you. Through their stories, they have brought you to life for all of us. They have shared with the world just how special you are through pictures and through videos, which have captured my heart along with the entire world. You were born into the world as a very small little guy, and you have a battle ahead of you, but you had the strongest will to live and a family that loved you more than ever. You have fought with your might and conquered like a superhero.
I don't know what happened to it.
I have seen pictures of you cruising around in your walker and sliding down the little tyke outdoor slide into a nice summer day. I'm sure that your giggles were the best sound in the world. I've seen pictures of you learning how to ride your bike, and the best photo of when you and your dad was teaching you, and you had more serious look on your face as you were concentrating on what to do while your dad was smiling into the camera. I have seen pictures and videos of you and Tylee, and she was acting like she was eating your arm to get you to giggle. And it worked. Even with the pacifier in your mouth, you giggled. Your giggles erupted through your belly and bursted out and made Tylee laugh along with myself and the entire world. The sweetest sound ever is a child's laughter, and you, JJ, had the cutest little giggle that ever, a huge smile to my face whenever I heard it in any video that I have seen. I have seen so many photos of your papa and mama giving you kisses on your cheeks, and you grew up and got to see the photos of you giving your mama and JJ kisses on her cheek. I have also seen the video of you going back and forth giving cheek kisses to your mama and Ashlyn, which was the cutest and most sweetest video I've ever seen of a little boy, and it touched my heart in so many ways. I've seen photos of you and your papa snuggling up on a chair together. One photo, you both were sound asleep. You had a pacifier in your mouth and you were cuddling your dinosaur blankie. You look so peaceful in your papa's arms, and I'm sure that's the way you felt so safe there. It was a precious moment and a heart-touching photo. I have seen so many photos of you on the beach flying in circles like Superman and throwing sand up in the air that your sister Tylee took of you. One of my favorite pictures of you, that picture was caught at the perfect moment. Your sister Tylee had a good eye for taking photos. Everything about the photo was perfect. Every one of my favorite photos was of you and your brothers and your dad standing at the shore on the beach, sharing your muscles with you in the middle. This picture told us all just how much that you looked up to the men that you were in your life and loved you more than anything. From other photos I have seen, this is something that you did often. You sure did love to show your little muscles to everyone, as like any little boy loves to do. Yeah. In your photos, I have learned that you love the water. I've seen a photo where you were jumping off little rock waterfalls into the pool, playing in a splash pad, and giving a shoka sign, which I'm sure that you learned while in Hawaii. Another favorite water photo that I say millions of words in that one is the photo of you and your dad. He is holding you in his arms and your water pull up on, and you can just see the love that you both have for each other just by looking at it. I have seen a photo of you and your brother Colby playing in the pool while Supermaning you out of the water. I'm sure the giggles could be heard. Here it is. Near a day far away. Near and far that day. I've seen the video of you singing your ABCs and listened to how proud your mama and papa were when you finished with flying colors. I myself was proud of you after watching that video. I have seen photos of your first day of school, the 2018-2019 at Life Academy, You look so excited to be back with your friends who love to play and be around you. I have seen a photo of you, of your lobster project that you did at school. You did such a good job on it. You were proud of the job that you did, and you can see that in the photo. I have seen a photo of you eating a cupcake that was with blue frosting. From the looks of it, I'm going to bet it was delicious. You had the biggest smile on your face and had so much frosting all over your cute little face. I could have almost hear you giggle from the photo. I have seen your photos of the day you had to wear an ugly sweater for Christmas. It wasn't ugly, though. It was the cutest ugly sweater that I've ever seen. And your smile was absolutely adorable with your Cars hat on. My most favorite video of all was when your papa and mama surprised you at school one day. Your reaction was priceless. I could feel your excitement when you saw them. Your giggles were so sweet, so full of love. Watching you give them hugs and kisses was so heart-touching. And to hear your reaction to how much you love, how much you have grown was so sweet. That is the giggle that I have grown to see, grown to love, just as the whole world has. I've seen videos and pictures of you at Disneyland. I have learned that you absolutely love going there. My favorite Disneyland picture of you with the character from the Peanuts movie. You had the biggest smile on your face as you placed your hands on your cheeks with pure excitement. It was if you had accomplished a dreams of your. It was as excuse me. It was as if you had accomplished a dream of yours that day. I have seen the video of you saying, "I love you from all my heart." That was super sweet video that will forever be in my heart. I watched that video of you playing with the dog and the rope, just as a little boy should be able to do. I have seen photos of you and Bailey, and I could see just how much she meant to you. And how much that you meant to her. Bailey was there to comfort you and help you sleep. And that is what she did. Bailey was a beautiful dog, and I could tell that she was the best of your fur friends ever. The video that touched my heart the most was the video that your Aunt Tricia taped of you singing Johnny, Johnny on the bus, eating the microphone. Papa Larry Woodcock came in and took over the stage singing, "Turn out the lights, the party's over."
Oh, God.
Your giggles and excitement was absolutely priceless. Then you switched gears and went coastal crew changed and making sure that people paid their bills on time. I have seen a video of you catching a fish and then watched how you excited of any young boy would be. When you held it up, sure did study it very closely as you were mesmerized by the fish. Everyone there that day was so proud of you, as if it would be
2012.
Everyone there that day was so proud of you, as if I would be if I was there with you. I saw a video of you on your 7th birthday party in Louisiana. Watching you while everyone was singing happy birthday to you put a huge smile on my face as you acknowledged everyone in the room with a smile on their face. With your face. When a little girl asked if she could have a cherry, I believe you didn't hesitate to share until you were told to wait. You were so happy and it made my heart happy to see that, but also made my heart sad knowing that that would be your last birthday cake and party here on earth. JJ, we are all still celebrating your birthday here on earth while you are celebrating in heaven with Tylee and your dad and Mandy.
Mom, yeah.
I have heard your voice, your laughter, and your singing. I've watched many milestones of your life, more than I have listed. I have seen you grown since day one, and all that has been shared over the last 4 years. I have grown to love you like you were my own family, just as if I have grown to love your mama, papa, and Aunt Tricia. I wish I could, as well as so many others, that we could turn back the time and protect you from this evil that came your way from someone that was supposed to love you more than anything. This was not supposed to be your ending. You had so much love to give and life to live. Your story was so not ready to end now. But we will have to keep your story alive and never forget what you have taught us and shown us. We will all remember that love never goes away. Those giggles of yours remains embedded in our hearts. You have left a huge place in our lives and hearts. The people that you know you and love you, and the people that never met you who love you. There is something that no one can ever take away. One precious angel, JJ, I hope that you are dancing in a field of endless blue flowers and you run through them. I hope the biggest blue butterflies come fluttering and they fly up on the clouds while you're giggling the biggest belly laugh that can be heard throughout the heavens, and that you have the biggest smile on your face. Maybe you can get them to fly down here to earth and let your mama and papa and Tricia know that you're thinking of them from time to time.
He did today.
I'm sure that will put a smile on their face, and it will fill their hearts with love. Just make sure you tell your butterflies to give them butterfly kisses on their cheeks from you. And remember, sweet JJ, love always wins.
Ooh. Thank you again, Carrie.
Thank you, Carrie Ann.
And Donna.
We appreciate your thoughts so much. And this was a beautiful memorial to JJ.
It really was, y'all. Thank y'all so much for doing that with me. Whew. I love that picture. It's just hard. Senseless. Okay. All right, we're going to end with this, okay? Love you guys. Love always wins. It does. Happy. Hard to say happy. You know, it's like, it's just happy heavenly birthday, JJ. Thanks for visiting me today. In my heart. Thank y'all for being here. You're such a cutie. He was like, what? There I go. He's like, what? Right? He reminds me of my brother. All up in his face. He's like, I love that. Oh, that's my son. Let me get that. All righty. All right, guys. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Oh my God. Love always wins. I'm going lay down. You guys are proof. See you guys maybe tomorrow or today.